Good afternoon. I'm opening the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for Mount San Antonio College this Wednesday, July 10, 2024. At this time, we have two Board of Trustee members who are joining us via teleconference, and under Assembly Bill 2449, they understand that they must participate with both audio and video through the meeting. And the following dialogue, colleagues, are required for me to read out loud. First is for you, Dr. Baca. Trustee Manuel Baca is attending due to just cause due to illness. Do I hear any debate, board colleagues, related to Trustee Baca's attendance? Hearing none, we will move forward. Trustee Baca, I have a question for you. Are there any individuals who are 18 years of age or older who are present in the room with you, and if so, what is the general nature of their relationship? We can't hear you, but I read lips, and I believe you said no.
I said no, yes.
Awesome. We can hear you now. Great. Thank you, Dr. Baca. Trustee Laura Santos is attending due to just cause, due to illness. Board colleagues, do I hear any debate related to Trustee Santos' attendance? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Trustee Santos, I have a question. Are there any individuals who are 18 years of age or older present in the room with you? And if so, what is the general nature of their relationships?
No, nobody's in the room.
No animal? Okay, great. So we're good. All right. With that, we are now at item 1.02, confirmation of the closed session agenda. We have one item as we have identified item 3.03, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The President CEO item is tabled for a future board meeting. Now, at this time, the Board of Trustees, we're at item 2.01, public comment. At this time, the Board of Trustees will listen to communications from the public on any closed session agenda item. Under these provisions of the California Brown Act, the Board is required to prohibit from discussion any action that is taken on oral requests that are not part of the agenda. Comments are limited by those who are speaking to no more than 3 minutes per person. In accordance to Board Policy 2350, the Board is going to limit public comments to 20 minutes per topic. We may extend the time limit upon majority of the Board vote, and the Board encourages those who are speaking on a specific topic to select a spokesperson to address the concerns of the group. First item, we have a number of public comment, is Emily Woolery, George Gutierrez, and Rosa Asensio.
Good afternoon, Emily Woolery, President of the Faculty Association.
Good afternoon, I'm Rosa Asensio. I'm the President of our Chapter 262 CCA.
Good afternoon, my name is George Gutierrez. I'm the CCA Chapter 651 President.
We are here today to speak on behalf of the CSEA and Faculty Association members. We aim to provide an update of negotiations, and we hope you listen to what your employees are experiencing with the district. We are asking you, our trustees, to demand the district use better practices and settle negotiations fairly with all employee groups. The district's negotiation practices include needless delays, inflated and unrealistic estimates, and underestimation of their revenues. These practices leave the impression they have less money and cannot afford to pay us full COLA and retroactive payments.
The district makes attempts to negotiate in good faith. However, it does not show good faith when all of our proposals are returned with a no. This is not bargaining in good faith. We have lost faith in the district's ability to engage in open and honest dialogue. The district disrespects and inflicts long-term harm to employees, full-time, part-time, and retirees by not paying our employees their full COLA and retro amount. You are affecting their overall total retirement calculation with CalPERS and CalSTRS.
Cerritos and Chaffee, Citrus, Orange, as well as Rio Hondo and Riverside have all reached agreements to full 23-24 COLA. Your employee groups are united in their demands and their needs for at least a full 23-24 COLA retroactive to July 23. We are united in our demands for a fair negotiation process. These requests are reasonable. We will continue to work until we meet these reasonable requests at Mount SAC. How long are you going to continue to use employees' time with this process? We looked at the budget, and the budget is very healthy. All the analysis that's come back for the past 6 years has been over expenditures from Mount SAC, as well as there's been money for the past 4 years. There's been money been taken out of the general fund. We're not asking for much. We're just asking for quality. We're asking for fairness for our employees and a good working environment. And part of that working environment is the pay. We've already done the work, but we haven't received the pay. So we would like for the Board of Trustees to honor the COLA, give us our 411 and our retro, so that our people in the union, all the tables, can move forward. We need to have closure. And we've been waiting for over a year, and we don't think it's fair that we have to wait that long when we already gave the service and we haven't received what belongs to us. So if you find it in your heart and in your mind, please, we ask that you look, and we know that the budget is healthy. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We looked at the audit, we looked at the budget, all the amenities that our mothership brought to our attention. The budget is healthy. They looked at the past 6 years of the budget and the past 4 years, and they compared it, and they found that the budget's being overspent in certain areas, expenditures. So if this paper costs 10 cents and the district says it's $1, where's the 90 cents going? The people need their money to take care of their families. I mean, that's the heart. And the biggest investment are the people.
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes have expired. Next speaker is Sandra Esslinger. And on deck is Maya Alvarez Galvan. Sandra Esslinger with on deck is Maya Alvarez Galvan. Sandra?
Good afternoon, Dr. Garcia and trustees, and I wish Dr. Baca and Ms. Santos a quick recovery. We have a huge problem, and we need your help. The district has not provided us with adequate rationale for why they rejected all but one of our financial proposals. They claim to value work faculty do, but they also claim they cannot afford the financial requests. They had our proposals for weeks, just to reject them without due consideration, no matter how small. The FA strongly encourages the trustees to request copies of the current proposals so you can see for yourselves how reasonable and doable our requests are. There is no financial crisis at Mount SAC. There is a problem with priorities, which has been ongoing, affecting faculty well-being for nearly a decade. With the current retirement incentive program, the district should freeze positions as a cost-saving measure because several of these positions exist only in title now. The district has provided us with overinflated and inaccurate estimates of how much our proposals would cost. Some of those estimates were overinflated up to 368%. Additionally, the district has not accounted for the fact that adjunct office hours are no longer compensated at 50%, but at 90% by the CCCCO. This impacts the cost of many of our proposals as it made already negotiated funds available to improve adjunct circumstances. The faculty is upset by the cavalier approach to our very serious and needed requests. The faculty earns the core revenue that benefit the campus through our vital work with students. Faculty are an essential part of the infrastructure of the educational institution and as such require district expenditures for the maintenance of campus human resources. Those costs are COLA, health insurance, professional development, competitive salaries, and equitable longevity. Mount SAC has projected actual ending fund balance of $63,185,663. The Board of Trustees passed a plan over 3 years to achieve an 18% fund balance and reach 21.96 in 1 year. That's great. Every year, the administration uses a potential fiscal crisis to shortchange faculty during negotiations, and every year, the ending fund balance is higher. And the reserves grow. There are more managers reclassified, added to the payroll, and buildings built while the faculty salaries and benefits languish. The district is concerned about deferrals, but this is only a payment postponement. Faculty know what this is like as their COLA is deferred year after year. While the district earns the interest, faculty are forced to pay ridiculously high interest on our credit cards. Faculty operate on a service model with quality and professionalism as their core standards. The district looks at faculty as numbers and costs. We need your help in getting the district to prioritize its employees. The priority problem is clear when buildings get what they need automatically, while the administration sees faculty as a line item where they can save money, even
Thank you
the
very
COLA.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Maya Alvarez Galvan, and on deck is Joshua Christ. Maya Alvarez Galvan, on deck is Joshua Christ. And again, we'll be emphasizing the 3-minute rule, okay?
Good afternoon, President Garcia and Board of Trustees. I want to thank those of you who support us. You know who you are. I appreciate your support. I'm here because the district's response to the FA's latest financial proposals were offensive. According to those in charge of the budget, the school cannot afford to accept our financial proposals, when in fact the school has money. The real problem is that the district chooses to prioritize the administration over the faculty. The school claims it does not have money to support faculty, but it consistently finds money to benefit the administration and its pet projects. Let me give you some examples of the misplaced priorities of the district. The district not only spent over $100,000 to send managers to Newport Beach, but it found an additional $20,000 when the catering bill increased. In 2023, the board approved spending almost $68,000 of unrestricted funds to hold events at the Pacific Palms Hotel, even though we have a beautiful brand new student center that can accommodate these types of events for free. The district pays for meals at administrative meetings, but I've seen so much of that food go untouched. Managers may get up to $4,000 to pay for tuition, but our proposal to pay for Mount SAC tuition at $46 a unit was deemed unfundable. And to add insult to injury, managers can transfer up to $500 of this money to a personal 529 plan. When faculty don't use their conference money, we lose it. Why isn't the same true for managers? The school is currently on a 4-10 schedule in an effort to save on utilities, but the lights on the field are consistently on even when the fields are not in use. That is a huge waste of money paying for lights that are not being used. All of these examples clearly show that Mount SAC does not have a budget problem. It has a prioritization problem. It does not value faculty. It does not see that the work that we do is any worth, and it does not see our contributions as necessary. So when the school tells you that it cannot afford to give us full COLA, which you have already received from the state, or to increase our health benefits, or to give us a 15-year longevity step, or to pay our part-timers for more for office hours, what the school is actually saying is that faculty don't matter. What the school is saying is that they prefer to fund exorbitant retreats, uneaten buffets, and 529 plans for managers than to pass on to faculty the COLA which is sitting in the bank earning interest for the college. Please direct the district to stop lying to you about what it can and cannot afford. Please ask them to show you our proposals so that you can see for yourselves that we are not being unreasonable. Please support your faculty so that we can support our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Joshua Christ, and on deck is Judy Lawton. Next up is Joshua Christ. On deck is Judy Lawton.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Christ, rising today as a negotiations team member and vice president of the Mount San Antonio College Faculty Association to bring your attention to issues that have arisen from the Mount SAC Faculty Association negotiation team. I'd like to share a concern about the good faith efforts being taken by the district in their negotiations, and I will do this by sharing a portion of a response delivered by the FA during yesterday's negotiation session. Quote, the FA is surprised by the one-sided accounting and data points chosen by the district to best represent the estimated cost of this proposal. The data and numbers utilized by the district estimate that every single full-time faculty, part-time faculty, and emeritus professor, 2,905 total, will engage as a full-time student 30 units per year above and beyond their teaching commitment to Mount San Antonio College. For the sake of clear understanding, we will adopt these data points in our response to demonstrate the facetious nature of the initial response by the district. The district has estimated the maximum cost for just faculty tuition and fee reimbursement would be $3.7 million per year. What was missing from the district's response are two elements of this proposal, apportionment and enrollment. If we estimate 2,905 faculty complete 30 units of coursework that have tuitions and fees waived, it translates into 5,810 FTES. Representing roughly 15 to 20% increase over current FTES numbers. Additionally, if we estimate the revenue generated by an additional 5,810 FTES using the LAO data provided, it would generate $66 million of revenue for the college. Subtracting the estimated $3.75 million, it would leave a total net revenue of $62,250,000. This sum should be more than sufficient to cover every single proposal made by the FA during this reopener cycle. All of this is in addition to, as listed in the original proposal, the intangible benefits of having faculty and their families actively engaged with student populations in the classroom as students, along with improving the already strong pedagogical techniques that have led Mount SAC to be rated as the top community college in California. This proposal should be a home run for the district, and the data to expand and include families and spouses dependents would only increase that benefit. This should be make this even more desirable, end quote. The lack of prepared and holistic response to the FA's initial proposal is demonstrative of a lack of professionalism and respect by the district. VP Administrative Services and their direct subordinates in fiscal services failed to properly consider all budgetary impact factors when advising the district negotiating team. The VP Instruction, Associate VP of Continuing Education, and deans from both instruction and student services, all of whom sit on the team, failed to counsel the potential enrollment increase in the district response. Not a single team member from the district spoke to the positive impact for students in their response. The FA has to consider these individuals' lack of professionalism and respect for faculty as the primary reasoning for such an unprepared response, because the only other explanation available is that the district's negotiating team intentionally provided false information in their proposal responses, marking an egregious violation of bargaining in good faith.
Thank you very much. All right, Judy Lawton, and on deck is Abby Wood. Judy Lawton, on deck is Abby Wood.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Lawton. I've been an adjunct at Mount SAC for 17 years. I teach political science. I serve as a director on the Faculty Association, and I'm also co-chair of the Adjunct Faculty Advisory Committee. Our faculty members are cornerstones of our community college, dedicating our expertise, our time, our passion to nurturing the minds of our students and shaping the future of our community. We're not just educators. We're mentors, advisors, and role models, guiding students through their academic journeys and preparing them for the challenges we will all face in the future. However, it's no secret that the cost of living increases have really hurt the middle class, and especially in our context, struggling adjunct faculty, many of whom barely maintain or have already lost their middle class status. Inflation has affected every aspect of our lives, from gas and groceries to housing and healthcare. All our faculty members work tirelessly day in and day out, and they deserve to be recognized and supported in a manner that reflects their invaluable contributions and ensures their well-being. I urge each of you to consider not only the financial implications, but also the ethical imperative of your decisions to withhold the COLA Plus and to continue to negotiate a year behind in our contract. In addition, there appears to be a pattern of refusing to pass on monies provided by the state for the benefit of faculty and students, to keep it instead to grow the district's reserves. In addition to not providing us with COLA Plus, the district continues to refuse to increase our compensation to the non-instructional rate for part-time office hours. The state has approved a 90% reimbursement for our office hours, and this increase will absolutely fund our proposal, not only for office hours, but it would cover a 15 longevity increment and an increase in PGH. Office hours are one of the few things for which adjuncts are not paid at the non-instructional rate, yet it's vital to student success. In my own experience teaching online classes for over a decade, my role as mentor and advisor takes up large chunks of my time every single day, but will never be compensated. Paying adjuncts more for 1 hour per work that actually is compensated really is the least you could do. Healthcare is another area where the state created a $200 million fund with 100% reimbursement to the district to improve part-time faculty healthcare insurance coverage. But yet again, the district has left the money on the table.
Thank you, Ms. Lawton.
Thank you.
Abby Wood, and on deck is Scott Guth. Abby Wood, on deck is Scott Guth.
My name is Abby Wood. Since 2014, I have served as a full-time faculty member in the Business Administration Department, teaching business law and paralegal courses. I also serve as the coordinator of our American Bar Association approved paralegal program. I am here, once again, to ask for your help. To be specific, I'm asking you to direct the district to provide us with the following: full COLA for last year and this coming year, retroactive and applied across the board, not limited to our base or certain appendices, and a 15-year longevity step and an increase to faculty health insurance benefits to increase equity and bring us in line with other bargaining groups. I'm not going to lie, last month it was heartening to see yet another hefty raise for an administrator tabled. However, this college continues to have a prioritization problem. Put simply, faculty aren't a priority. In fact, our pay rate falls below the state average. When faculty ask for even small things, the resistance seems exaggerated. In recent years, we have seen continuing increases for our already bloated administrator ranks and administrator events at places like the Balboa Bay Club. Nice. As I recall, you approved many of these items on consent after little or possibly no discussion. A few years ago, we shared our concerns that Mount SAC had one manager for every 4 faculty. 1 to 4. In the past 11 years, we've seen manager ranks grow by 88% compared to 17% of faculty. 3 associate vice presidents were hired in 22-23, and last year, you approved amended job descriptions that moved associate VPs from step M23 to M27, nearly a $30,000 per year increase per administrator. The pattern seems pretty clear. Yes to more managers, yes to vice president raises, yes to new associate vice presidents, yes to construction. No to full COLA applied across the board and retroactively. No to increasing faculty health benefits. No to providing a 15-year longevity step for faculty. No to paying adjuncts to attend a second flex day. No to tuition reimbursement. No, 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 and no. We need you to get to yes. In closed session, reject the excuses, reject the overinflated projections, reject the doom and gloom that magically resolves by each year's end. Figure it out. The college will have savings from not filling some retiree positions, and after all, we're talking about the same college that figured out how to build up its reserve to $63 million in a year, 1/3 of the time it anticipated. Retroactive COLA will cost the district $5 million for faculty and $8 million for all employees. A few years back, you approved a $6 million sign on consent. Let's get this done. We all have better ways to spend our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Scott Guth, and on deck is Beta Meyer.
My name is Scott Guth. I was asked to come and tell a little bit about my personal story. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I've been a full-time math professor at Mount SAC for 30 years, since 1990. I've accomplished a modest number of achievements in that time, including being a principal investigator of a National Science Foundation grant that established our Math and Computer Science Computer Lab, authoring a few mathematics textbooks, including a long-running statistics text that's in use today and provided freely to students. I was one of the writers of the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, who developed all the course materials for the nationally acclaimed Statway program that has helped many thousands of students all over America, and it was named a member of the Carnegie National Faculty. But above all else, I'm a great math teacher. I work hard every semester perfecting my courses for the sake of my students who see education as the key to their goals and dreams. It's my passion to get them past one of the big challenges that looms ahead as they proceed, passing a college-level math class. They are my people for a short time, and I do everything I can to get them through this challenge. That's my job, and I love it. I don't need to work as hard as I do to get my students through, but I do because they need me to do my best. I have their backs. I love teaching, so I don't mind staying here longer. But I don't love the fact, I think I skipped something. As much as I love my job, at some point I've got to retire. I thought I might retire last June, but with Mount SAC keeping half of our state-funded cost of living adjustment, I decided to stay because this will affect my retirement income for the rest of my life. My best option to fix this is to work a few more years to eventually make up for the difference that the loss of COLA is causing. I love teaching, so I don't mind staying here longer, but I don't love the fact that at my age, Mount SAC is taking my options away. When I eventually can retire after 35 or more years of full-time teaching at Mount SAC, the only thing I won't miss is the feeling of not being valued by my district and its administration. We teachers do our best for our students because it's our job. It's time for this college to act like they have our backs because that's their job.
Thank you. Board colleagues, per board policy, we are limiting public comment to 20 minutes per group. Faculty Association, we have over an hour left in public comment based on the number of cards. So board, I'm asking for consensus if we can wrap up faculty comments now and now move to CSEA. Is there any opposition to that?
Are there any, how many more faculty are...
Sorry, I can't hear you, Trustee Santos.
How many more faculty want to speak?
We have 7 faculty and we have 15 CSEA.
I think it's important for us to listen.
I second that. The student trustee opposed.
The comments have been... My only note is that the comments are consistent and they are repetitive in nature, and we clearly get the message with the amazing turnout that we've had from faculty. And I'm just seeking additional guidance from the board.
I would like to hear everybody that has something to say. It's important to listen. It's important what they have to say.
I have plenty of time. Let's let them talk.
All right.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. But yeah, if there is some repetition, if it's possible to keep the comments a little bit shorter, because we still have to get into closed session.
Thank you. Next up is Beta Meyer, and then on deck is Cristina Hernandez.
May I clarify with the board? Do I have 3 minutes or do I have 1 minute?
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank you very much. Am I on? Yes, I am. Good afternoon to members of the board and executive members of Mount SAC. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and discuss my concern with the proceedings in our contract negotiations on this campus. My name is Beta Meyer, faculty in biological sciences. I strongly believe in Mount SAC. I've worked here over 24 years and invest in our campus and our students. I invest strongly enough to donate over $20,000 annually towards student success because I believe that what we do is transformational for students, and many of them need just a little support getting through. I believe in our mission. I believe in our community. I have a fantastic division, and we offer programs that provide career paths for students and training that changes their lives for the better. We are here to educate, train, support, and provide a community for people to thrive. We have a #1 ranking of community colleges in California due to the many contributions from what I call the little people. The employees keeping the campus running, providing what students need from resources to education. We employees at Mount SAC believe in this campus and invest in it. We want students to thrive and succeed. We are thousands in number, and we all work hard to get our jobs done, from face-to-face instruction to librarians, counselors, coordinators, classified and confidential staff, and we are Mount SAC. Without us, there is no Mount SAC, and students will not come. I applaud the campus its work towards equity and sustainability, and we've heard repeatedly to invest in people, prosperity, and planet. We just had a summit. If this is what we believe in, then we need to invest in the prosperity and the people, and this should also be the little people. How is it that campus would rather invest in reserves than the employees? Did you lose sight of the little people? This is something large corporations do, but we should not. We're a community college. It is extremely bad for morale. I have rarely spoken to the board ever with any kind of low morale, but I have low morale now after 24 years. It's bad for employee stability and in the end bad for recruitment and retention of the best and brightest workers. Always keep the employees happy because then you have a more successful business. In my area, anatomy and physiology, we have constant turnover in faculty. They leave for better paying jobs, full-time or part-time. They quit in the beginning of the semester or last semester during the semester. I am teaching this summer because nobody else can teach on cadavers because someone quit. We have lost over 6 faculty in my area in the last 3 months. We are not as easily or as quickly replaced as one might assume, so don't think we're that replaceable. Also, several faculty preeminent in the field have been leaving our performing arts programs, and this will have impacts on our internationally recognized programs over the next few years. We are losing most of our aircraft program. For faculty who stay, why not reward them with longevity awards? A simple thank you for sticking around. Faculty have no 15-year longevity award, even though that's the most common longevity milestone that faculty will make before retiring. That proposal was dismissed, as was adjunct longevity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Cristina Hernandez.
Board Chair. So I was wondering if, because we have heard, I don't know how many speakers from Faculty Association, not to say that we're not going to listen to the rest, but if we give CSCA a chance as well, and then listen to their speakers, and then see where we are, so that CSCA doesn't have to be the last ones to be heard.
I think that is a reasonable request. Is there any opposition from the board to do that? And as chair, we will accept that. So we will hold on with you for a second, and we're going to call on CSEA, okay? Okay, next up is Christina Salamat. Christina Salamat? Oh, I'm sorry, that is faculty. Apologies. I'm sorry. John Orr. John Orr? Okay, you're listed here as faculty.
You mentioned that I was next up on deck. May I say my 3 minutes and...
And you're Cristina Hernandez.
I'm Cristina
Is that right?
Hernandez,
Well,
yes.
welcome. Let's have you continue.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Cristina Hernandez. I'm professor of art history, and I was hired here at Mount SAC 27 years ago. I've been teaching for 30 years in the community college system. When I started at Mount SAC, there was no art history program, only 3 classes. So I worked to diversify the program by writing courses in pre-Columbian, African, Pacific Islander, Native American, and Asian art. During the first 5 years of my career, I worked alone, for the next 15 with 1 colleague, and recently with an additional 3 colleagues. Together, we have stewarded and developed our program to become one of the most diverse and robust art history programs in the CC system. That translates to FTES for you. In the last 6 years, our program has grown approximately 60%, 60, more than any other program in our division. This success is entirely due to the chair's expertise with scheduling and faculty excellence in teaching, both on campus and online. Why am I telling you this? So that you know how tirelessly faculty have worked, not only during the pandemic, but in the years before and since. Our online program is successful because we offer rigorous, engaging classes, and students flock to our classes because we are innovative, rigorous, and dedicated faculty members. However, we have rarely received any recognition for our hard work. Instead of kudos, we're treated as if we've done nothing to make our program a success. Instead of asking how we've developed a successful, diverse curriculum, we're told what to offer. We are micromanaged, and our expertise is ignored, even though we have shown that we can successfully develop and manage our programs. Over my 30 years of teaching, I've never seen the relationship between management and faculty deteriorate to this low level. I'm telling you this also so you know how offensive, frustrating, and hurtful it is when we hear how the district negotiating team has delayed giving responses to faculty only to finally respond with a string of no's to faculty requests. Instead of being treated as professionals and colleagues with expertise and specialized training, we're treated as servile labor. We shouldn't be made to fight tooth and nail for the bare minimum state-funded cost of living monies that the district has already received, banked, and earned interest on. Our reserves are healthy, as you've heard, safely above the 18% goal established by the district. The district should be working to bring faculty salaries above the state average. Mount SAC is not an average college, and Mount SAC faculty are not average human resources. We should be receiving COLA Plus, retroactive to July 23, COLA Plus for 24-25, and the same 15-year longevity step as other members on campus. These commitments would show faculty that we're respected colleagues and valued members of the Mount SAC family. Thank you.
Thank you. From the office of State Senator Josh Newman, Christina Salamat.
Good afternoon, President Garcia and members of the board. My name is Christiane Salamat, and I'm here as a district representative of Senator Josh Newman, who proudly represents the State Senate District, which includes Mount SAC and the surrounding region. Our office has been made aware of the current status of the negotiations between Mount SAC Faculty Association and the district regarding faculty compensation and the dispensation of cost of living adjustment funds. Senator Newman has asked me to speak on his behalf at this evening's board meeting and share the following. Mount San Antonio College is one of the true jewels in California's community college system, whose total enrollment tops all but a handful of universities in California, and whose quality of teaching and course offerings are second to none. I commend all the trustees for your service. It's always a challenge to try and find the delicate balance between the needs of the college's students, faculty, against the other immense fiscal challenges facing Mount SAC, along with other public institutions across our state. In my tenure as chair of the Senate Committee on Education, I've held scores of meetings with stakeholders in our higher education systems to include students, faculty, and administrators at every level. I've been continually reminded of the increasing demands being placed upon schools to expand enrollment, promote greater inclusion, and adapt to a rapidly changing workforce. Concurrently, faculty members with whom I've met have emphasized the increased demands they face as they endeavor to teach more students and accommodate a broader range of needs, all while struggling to make ends meet in their own lives, as the recent sharp rise in inflation has dramatically altered the cost of living. In recognition of this fact, and despite the current budget challenges, the state allocated supplemental funds directly to the California community colleges in the form of an appropriate COLA. What is important in the situation at hand here, in my view, is that negotiations between the district and faculty association continue to proceed on a good faith basis and with an appropriate sense of urgency, as both parties work toward mutually agreeable terms. I'm aware that in prior years, contract negotiations have also been protracted, sometimes extending across several months. Such delays create uncertainty and instability with adverse impacts that extend to quality of learning and the health of the broader academic community with which you are entrusted to steward. To that end, I respectfully urge the board to be mindful of the immediate and substantial financial burdens that will continue to build as long as a contract agreement is delayed, and I express my support for conveying the full allocation of state COLA funds as part of a negotiated and executed agreement for the 2024 to 2025 academic year and retroactively for the 2023 to 24 academic year. Thank you.
All right, from CSEA, John Orr, and on deck is Christina Kessler.
Hello, my name is John Orr. I'm a recruiter with HR and a member of CSEA 262. I'm here to talk about trust. Over the last several years, this campus has faced several difficult situations. COVID, budget restrictions, a drop in enrollment, and during these times, the employees have agreed to place their own needs aside in order to help the campus weather these storms. That was done with the understanding that when things return to a level of normalcy, the district would address those needs. And so here we are. Enrollment's back up, a state budget has been passed with decent funding levels, and yet the district is responding with a lack of interest in fulfilling its promise of making us whole. I've been in higher ed for over 20 years. This is the fourth campus I've worked on, and I've seen what happens when trust erodes between employees and management, and it is a very unpleasant situation. I've been on campuses where every management action is responded by the unions with an unfair labor practice, regardless of what it is. I've been in meetings where the manager starts the department meeting and the employees immediately slide over a grievance, ending the meeting before it even starts. That is what happens when we lose trust. And it's not just 262, it's FA, it's 651, it's the confidentials, it's the academic senate. If we make agreements with you and then we can't trust that a year or two down the road that the district is going to live up to us, what are we going to do? And so we're here tonight asking the Board of Trustees, the 8 of you, to step in and stop this erosion of trust. We need you to tell the district to fulfill their word. If you want your public comments to be quicker, then for the love of all that's holy, put an end to this nonsense. Let's not have the next 36 Board of Trustees meeting filled with 200 angry people in green and blue shirts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. Christina Kessler. On deck is John Llewellyn. Christina Kessler. On deck, John Llewellyn.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christina Kessler. I work in facilities, and I'm here to tell you my personal story and to tell you why the approval of the retro for COLA is so important to me, my family, and so many others like me who are dedicated and work extremely hard to make Mount SAC thrive. I'm a single mother to 3 terrific and very active boys. Every day, I make sure my kids have food and the necessities they need. I manage our household. I maintain a full-time position here at Mount SAC. And on top of all that, I'm also a student. Managing all of these responsibilities can be overwhelming at times. With the rising cost of utilities, groceries, gas, and just the basics of life, the financial strain to make ends meet has become harder. Over the years, not only have I had to take out several loans, but I have also accumulated a substantial amount of credit card debt just to cover the costs for childcare and rent, both of which are extremely expensive in the state. The task of keeping my family afloat during these times definitely takes a toll, and while we do get time off, it would be nice to go on a vacation, but I simply cannot afford it. I have worked for Mount SAC for a total of 8 years, 6 years as a professional expert, which is a temporary position, and finally hired on as a classified employee 2 years ago. I mentioned how long I have worked here to further emphasize how dedicated I and we are to working here. I worked as a temporary employee without benefits or vacation time for 6 years, even through the pandemic, because I knew how lucky I was to work at such a great institution. And my story is not unique. I have many colleagues who went through the same and are just as dedicated to their jobs as I am. This is because we believe that we are making a difference in students' lives. And while I know that the retro for COLA will not solve all of my problems, it will certainly lift some of the burden of uncertainty that looms over me every day. Approving the retro for COLA is not merely a financial decision, but a compassionate one. It is about supporting those who strive tirelessly to provide for their families and ensure that everyone has the opportunity to live in security. I urge you to consider the significant positive impact this adjustment will have on families like mine and approve the retro COLA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christina. John Llewellyn. On deck is Lisa DiSonato.
Good afternoon, everyone. I love having a mic back in front of me. You know, I know you all. There's Yvette. Poor thing. I know you all. I sat here as classified Senate president for nearly 10 years. I've seen a lot of things. This is the first time I've ever seen so many angry staff. I have not seen this before, but I don't think we've been treated this way before. I'm one of the college's biggest cheerleaders. You must know that. I'm a bit insane when it comes to that. I'm a huge cheerleader. I care about everything here. I love working here. I have loved working here for over 2 decades. I think helping people learn and grow is one of the best ways you can spend your life. So take that and remember that's very true for me. That's why I've spent so much time in shared governance, professional development, lifting staff spirits, and with recognition. It's important to me, and those are largely all extra hours. I'm not paid for. I don't care. I don't ask for pay. It's to elevate the college. I'm not alone. Lots of classified, many classified, and faculty give uncounted hours to help make the college a better place. Classified staff not only keep the entire college functioning by their amazing work skills and ethics, but classified improve and elevate the campus with all the volunteer hours and activities they organize and participate in. I've never worked with so many people that have such ethics and dedication. Everyone knows that happiness and well-being of staff is vital to the success of the college, more importantly, and students. We are here for the students, and we want to remain. We want to continue to give it our all. But the paltry COLA offerings from the district seem to indicate classified are not valued. And seriously, the thought of this really, really hurts. Classified have sacrificed much over the past several years for Mount SAC, and for the most part in a cheerful team effort attitude. How much more blood is the district planning to extract from classified? The district must stop blaming state funding as an excuse for not paying classified the COLA they're rightfully owed. I believe the real problem is a district budgeting and prioritization problem. And now the district wants to go for another bond. How do you think low classified morale will help this effort play out? Mount SAC is rated #1 in the state. However, the college gets a failing grade for how they pay their staff. Classified must push on, trying to feed their families, pay mortgages, provide health care, and much more. We know firsthand how high the costs of living have gone up. And yet, the district throws their financial suffering at our feet. This
Thank you so much,
insulting.
Mr. Llewellyn. Lisa DeSonato. On deck is Anne-Marie Marin. Lisa DeSonato on deck, Anne-Marie Marin.
Hi, this is Lisa DiDonato. I work in the research department. Recently, I found an article by Dr. Tommy Mitchell entitled "Why Actions Speak Louder Than Words in Understanding Intentions, Character, and Reliability." In this article, she eloquently addresses the nuances and implications of actions over words. It is insightful, and I wish I could just read you the whole thing, but instead I'll read you some small segments. Dr. Mitchell writes, "Words are a vital tool for communication, but actions are where intentions manifest. People often use words to present themselves in a favorable light or to manipulate situations. However, the authenticity of one's character is unveiled through their actions. If someone claims to value honesty and integrity, but their actions consistently demonstrate deceit, their words lose credibility." She goes on to say, "Consistency between words and actions cultivate trust. When a person's actions consistently mirror their words, it becomes easier for others to trust and rely on them. This consistency establishes a pattern of behavior that reflects the person's true values and principles, forming the foundation for lasting relationships. Until very recently, I and others have trusted that the district's words were aligned with their actions. In my 17 years at Mount SAC, I felt a team spirit where every employee was valued and considered a champion of helping students, also known as people, thrive. However, for me and others, the trust of classified employees in this we are all family or a team has taken a hit. Instead of being part of a bigger team, a new us versus them has developed, as seen in the results of a recent membership survey, which you have received. Actions have fueled this change in attitude. Multiple offers of zero of the deferred 4.11 COLA, zipper clauses, and the no retro COLA are actions that speak louder than words of appreciation at a luncheon. And yet, I, a classified employee, identified the students we lost during the stay-at-home era so that other classified employees could call, text, and meet with these students to see what they needed to resume their studies. Then there were other classified employees who helped them get their financial, educational, and basic needs met so they could re-enroll, all of which was done using resources maintained and created by other classified employees. Those are the actions of people who want students to thrive. We all played a part in restoring enrollments and have all felt how much more expensive everything is, and as good team players, we have been patiently waiting for a COLA that the state recognizes we need. Going forward, each of us must consider how our words and actions combine to either erode or establish trust and teamwork. Each of us has a role to play, and each is valuable. Let us not forget that supporting one another means making sure we have what we need to do our work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne-Marie Marin. And on deck is Christine Gerloff. Anne-Marie Marin. On deck is Christine Gerloff.
Yes, hello. Good evening, members of the board and everyone who's here. My name is Anne-Marie Marin. I work as an administrative specialist, and next year is going to be my 10th year here at Mount SAC, and I'm really proud to work here. I want to appeal to the board and to any decision makers in the negotiation between CSEA and the various committees regarding COLA pay to please approve the COLA back paid owed to us and adjust our pay at the 4.11% cost of living adjustment. Recently, we have seen retirement payouts, even to those not expecting or asking for them, and a large pay increase to certain positions at the college. As an example, an increase was recently approved, 10% for AVPs. We also have seen record inflation, higher taxes, increased workloads. Our classification includes some of the lowest salary ranges on campus. For many of us, that 4.11% back pay would help us replenish savings that have been depleted over the past few years, as the cost of groceries, fuel, and utilities make it ever harder to make it on our paycheck alone. This is the reason we have COLA, isn't it? That's the whole reason. Before our request is rejected or delayed or used as a bargaining chip to take something else from us, please ask yourselves, when was the last time you had to choose between having lunch or dinner, or withdraw money from a savings account just to make it to the end of the month, forgo visiting family in another state, paid a bill with a credit card, requested a monthly payment arrangement with the utility company, maybe not drive somewhere because you were on empty, or say sorry, not this time, to your child or loved one because of money. It's hard to admit, but in the past 2 years, I've had to do each of these things. 4.11 might be the difference between existing paycheck to paycheck without dipping into savings as much. It might also make us feel truly valued. We aren't even asking for an increase, a raise, or anything like that. We are asking that we get our cost of living adjustment. Cost of living adjustment. It's not an increase. It's a cost of living adjustment. Respectfully, thank you so much, please.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Next up is Christine Gerloff. On deck is Ken Kawaguchi.
Hello, my name is Christine Gerloff. I work in the library. When I was hired at Mount SAC right after 9/11, it felt like coming home. 4 generations of my family have been Mount SAC students. I grew up in Walnut going to the Mount SAC relays. All 3 of my children went to the Mount SAC Child Development Center as newborns all the way through preschool and currently go to the Walnut schools. I am proud of Mount SAC and this community. Everyone who works here cares for and prioritizes our awesome students. That is what makes us special. In my 23 years here, I have always been optimistic and known that the district will do what is right for students and the employees. This summer, without our other half of our COLA, my kids must skip Mount SAC College for Kids, and we also passed on our annual camping weekend. Mount SAC did not have layoffs during the economic crisis when other colleges did. Instead, Mount SAC pulled together as a team and we figured it out. We are a family, we care, we respect each other and our students. However, employees have never felt as devalued as we do now. It is insulting that the district, the administration, and the board are not negotiating in good faith. Mount SAC is a premier institution and needs to stay that way. All of us who help make Mount SAC special need parity and our retro cost of living increase. Our families deserve it. Please do the right thing and restore our faith in Mount SAC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ken Kawaguchi, and on deck is Patty Duffy. Ken Kawaguchi, and on deck, Patty Duffy.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Kawaguchi, and I am delivering this speech on behalf of a coworker. She sat across from me, tears welling up in her eyes. I understand that you may know of resources for food. We're not going to make it until payday. This was a coworker before me. Sadly, this was not the first such confession. Over the past year, coworkers have shared that they were sleeping on the sofa so that they could rent out their bedroom in the hopes of keeping their home, postponing surgery because they cannot afford the copay, plan to move to a cheaper state because wages haven't kept up with the cost of living, and sending children to live with grandparents because they can no longer afford childcare. Our wages are unsustainable. Everyday living expenses continue to increase while our wages do not. Exhausting savings, deferring home repairs, and taking on second jobs have become commonplace. This should not be happening. COLA is a long-established moral and economic principle. The state approved an 8.22% COLA increase for 2023-2024. The 4.11% paid thus far is a mere Band-Aid. The district wants us to overlook this and forget about the past 12 months so they can save for their possible rainy days in the future. The storm is now. The district has funds to retroactively pay CSEA 262 members for their past 12 months of work. Honor their COLA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken. Patty Duffy. On deck is Evelyn Oceda. Evelyn Oceda on deck, Patty Duffy.
Oh, on the other way around. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Garcia. My name is Patty Duffy. I am a business analyst in the IT department, and I am a proud member of CSEA. For the record, I'm also a proud member of the Mount SAC community. I went to school here. I was an actual cheerleader here. And I've had a multitude of sisters, brothers, and my own children come here. And we're very, very proud of this community. I'm actually going to read a letter from one of my colleagues. This person writes, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to request consideration for the retroactive portion of the cost of living adjustment, the COLA, for CSEA Chapter 262. This adjustment would significantly ease my current financial situation, especially after relocating from an apartment complex to an accessory dwelling unit, an ADU. The recent move has been challenging, both emotionally and financially. The expenses associated with moving, renting a U-Haul, living out of boxes until I have settled in, washing at laundromats, not having access to full kitchen appliances to prepare home-cooked meals, and investing in an AC unit to tolerate the heat during summer, coupled with the increased cost of living, have made it difficult to manage my monthly bills. Inflation has caused a noticeable rise in everyday expenses, from groceries to transportation costs, making it increasingly challenging to cover all expenses. Receiving the retroactive COLA would provide much-needed financial relief. The additional funds would help me cover essential bills that have become burdensome due to the current economic climate. This adjustment is not just about maintaining my financial stability, it is also about ensuring I can continue to focus on my responsibilities without the added stress of financial insecurity. Thank you for considering my request. I appreciate your understanding and support during this time. And I would just like to add that as a proud member of this community, I'm very sad to read something like this about my fellow employees. These are people who come to work every day, that give their all, and they're living beneath the standard of living. You know, why do we have this going on? If this continues a year or two from now, we might be talking to you about having homeless employees. This needs to end. We need support for the work we've done already. We're asking you to stand up and encourage your administration to please respect us. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Next up is Evelyn Ojeda, and on deck is Marcel Galatiano. Hi, Evelyn.
Good evening, President Garcia and members of the board. I am actually reading in place of Evelyn. My name is Melissa Andrewen. I work for Facilities Planning and Management, and I am honored to deliver this speech on behalf of a coworker. As a longtime employee and voting community member, I am disappointed in the district. We have been promised a library, voters have been promised a library, and it has been put on the back burner several times. I know many community families that vote for our bonds knowing that they are supporting me, a happy Mount SAC employee, and the future of the people in the community. Students are picketing with us and do not understand why the new bookstore is being turned into another student services center. The students and the community are proud of Mount SAC and need a new bookstore to buy their Mount SAC gear in. The community would not understand why Mount SAC was paying their greatest asset, the employees, their much-deserved COLA, which has already been given to them by the state of California.
In the meantime, Mount SAC is choosing to increase our bureaucracy and hiring expensive managers while giving others increases. Faculty and classified proved their value by being flexible during the pandemic and remaining student-focused. Sacrifices and agreements have been made in good faith, and the district is not holding up to their end of the bargain. The district needs to rise to the expectations of the employees and community to do what is right, fully fund our COLA retroactively like it was agreed upon, and work together, moving forward with mutual respect and parity for all Mount SAC employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Marcel Galatiano. On deck is Colleen Nelson.
Esteemed President Dr. Garcia, esteemed members of the Trustee Board. Recently, Join.com declared Mount San Antonio College #1 community college in California for 2024. This is the result of the hard work of Mount SAC's faculty and staff. A college is only as good as the people who run its day-to-day operations. My concern is that recent actions by our administration is undermining our ability to maintain that high standard. Decisions have been made to not maintain a competitive salary with other colleges. Moreover, we have encouraged personnel to leave and yet not made effort to fill necessary positions. We are told that this is because of concerns about the budget. Yet, as we talked about at the June Trustees meeting, we cannot find evidence of a budget problem. In fact, it appears that any budget shortfall pointed to over the last several years has been illusionary. Over-budgeted expenses and under-budgeted revenues gives the illusion of a tight budget. But that illusion does not stand up to close scrutiny. Fiscal year 23-24 alone has been estimated to have an $8 million surplus. So my question to you is, why are we doing this? Why are we risking the quality of education offered by our college? If we want to maintain a high standard here, we must continue to hire quality faculty and staff. We must fill needed positions and maintain a competitive compensation package. If you are telling us that you cannot do that, then we need a better explanation than it's the budget. We've learned that that argument does not hold up. Close examination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marcel. Colleen Nelson. And on deck is Gloria Munguia.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Colleen Nelson. I'm an Administrative Specialist 4 in the Natural Sciences Division. It's nice to see you all. And I'm going to be delivering this speech on behalf of a coworker. We're having trouble hiring and keeping good employees. The applicant pools are smaller than they have been in the last 25 years. Applicants are not even showing up for the interviews. Newer employees are not staying like they used to. Our pay is not as competitive as it once was. It is not okay to hire friends. We need the best person for the job. This breaking of good faith agreements and devaluing of employees is not good. Mount SAC needs to show our new employees how lucky they are to be here. This was the kind of place people love to work at. They stay for 20 to 30 years. That should not change. The mantra should not be doing more with less. It should always be doing and hiring the best. The district should do what is right and always honor the previous agreements with all the unions. All the unions sacrifice and strive for Mount SAC to be the best and support our students. To treat us otherwise is just insulting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Colleen. Gloria Munguia. And on deck is Brandon Gillette.
Good evening, Dr. Garcia and Board of Trustees. My name is Gloria Munguia, and I am delivering this speech on behalf of a coworker. There is an African proverb that states, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. It seems Mount SAC's leadership has decided it wants to go fast and go alone. To that we say good luck. After months of negotiations, staff has effectively heard from Mount SAC's administrators that we are not valued partners in our shared endeavor of providing low-cost, high-quality post-secondary education to our local community. In terms of quantifying our value, we were told last July that our partnership would be tested. Staff would only receive half of what was budgeted by the state as a cost of living allocation, 8.22%, to help our wages remain on par with the standard cost of living, which skyrocketed after the pandemic. Let's be clear. We are not asking for a raise. We are just asking for what the state already said and wrote a check for what we deserved. As a united collective bargaining group, we agreed in good faith to receive half of the allocation, 4.11%, last July, and worked very hard for the next 6 months to help increase and retain student enrollment to help stabilize the college budget, after which we would receive the remaining half of the COLA this July, prorated to the beginning of the year, as is only fair. We fulfilled our end of the bargain, and now administrators are showing their true colors. After months of telling staff we deserve nothing but more than half of what we already budgeted for staff COLA, we are now being told that we'll get the other half, but only on the condition that it's not the entire half owed. In other words, administrators received a whole loaf of bread for their employees, but they decided to eat half the loaf and give us the remaining crumbs, all while not hesitating to give their highest paid managers a 10% raise. I emphasize raise, not COLA. This utter disbelief of hypocrisy and bad faith is being met with utmost resistance by our membership. Today we share these messages of anger, frustration, and hardship together with the reminders that our work continues and will not be derailed by bad faith negotiation tactics and dismal, often contradictory displays of fiscal responsibility. If fiscal responsibility were truly a concern, we would not be given raises to the highest paid campus employees, spending money on lavish administrator retreats, spending money to get out of poorly judged financial schemes, spending money on misguided, misinformed rebranding efforts, and spending money on consultants to ask for more taxpayer money to spend on more buildings for what anyone who is paying attention knows will be less students in coming years due to steadily declining birth and population rates. Lastly, there is much time and effort dedicated to the college to enrollment figures, so much emphasis on headcount fluctuating enrollment levels. I know my time's up. Now would be a good time for the board to consider these questions and ask themselves how they would like us to go together or whether they would rather go alone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Brandon Gillette. On deck remotely is Emily H.
Good evening, board members. My name is Brandon Gillette. I'm the first vice president of CSEA 262 and the lead negotiator for our negotiating committee. When I first started with CSEA's negotiations team before the pandemic, I came into the room for the first time bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. My philosophy as a negotiator has always been to assume the best of our counterparts at the table. Seek first to understand before seeking to be understood. Then we got blindsided by a global pandemic. The district asked a lot of our members during that time period, but I was all in to help out. I recognized that the pandemic was not anything the district could have prevented, and I was ready to contribute as much as I could to help us get through those trying times, because I thought we were all in this together as a Mount SAC family and as a team. But as the pandemic wound to a close and Mount SAC returned to in-person operations, the struggles continued. Again, as a negotiator, I gave it my best to understand the district's perspective and seek to understand and support the district's legitimate needs. Again, our members were asked to go above and beyond, and again we met every challenge we were faced with to keep this institution going. We agreed to defer half of our COLA in good faith because we believed that the district would care for us in return after we had collectively secured our financial health as an institution. But now we are there. We have done it. We met every single challenge the district asked of us, and we restored all of our funding. The district has the funds available. We have sent all of you an email explaining where the district could pull the funding from. But despite all of that, the district still refuses to do their part in this partnership. I wish I could come to you tonight with a message of hope, but I myself am quickly losing faith in this institution to do the right thing, and I am not the only one. I know you can't quite see all of us in the audience here today, so let me tell you that there are over 130 classified staff in the audience here. That represents over 20% of our entire unit. We are joined as well by faculty and 651 members, as well as students and community members. And there are many, many more that feel the exact same way we do, but could not make it here tonight to the board meeting. We need to put an end to this unfair treatment, and we need to put an end to it here tonight. The morale of our staff will continue to spiral unless and until these issues are resolved. And I fear that if we do not come to a solution immediately, the consequences of this treatment from the administration will haunt this college for years to come, doing far more damage than the hypothetical financial issues we supposedly face ever could.
Thank you, Brandon. We have a remote public comment from Emily H. We will wait for her to move from the waiting room into Emily H. If you are ready, we are ready for you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Emily. You have 3 minutes, and I will notify you when the 3 minutes are up.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Emily Harrelson, and I am the Interim Executive Director of the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges, a statewide organization that advocates for our community college faculty and students. I'm speaking on Agenda Item 3.02, Negotiations with Mount SAC Faculty Association, and the remaining 4.11% of the 2023-2024 COLA. I urge the board to act with equity and in fairness for faculty and staff by honoring this remaining COLA raise before hiring new managers and maintaining the district's already healthy reserves. The Chancellor's Office issued advice of maintaining 2 months of operating costs and reserves, which total about 16.7%. Per your board policy 6250, it states reserves must be maintained at 18.5%, but the current district reserves are still 3.46 percentage points higher. The argument about the student-centered funding formula as being unpredictable as reason to preserve the district's reserves at a higher amount than the adopted board policy is tenuous at best. Every district in the system is facing the same reality, and not all districts are rushing to maintain or increase their reserves. I encourage the board members to, 1, align their board policy with the Chancellor's recommendation of 16.7%, and 2, work with their legislators in revising the student-centered funding formula instead of refusing to pass the COLA on to their hardworking faculty and staff. As an organization that values quality education, supporting our educators should be a top priority of the board. Supporting our educators is crucial for our student success and the community's overall well-being. The state-funded COLA is intended to help college employees keep up with the rising cost of living, not to bolster the district's current substantial reserves or to prioritize the hiring of new managers when the district is sufficiently managed. Please do the right thing by, 1, allocating the full state-funded COLA to your employees. Faculty and staff members need more certainty about their income for the upcoming academic year. 2, prioritizing fair compensation for faculty and staff over unnecessarily large reserves. And 3, reconsidering hiring new managers until employee compensation issues are resolved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emily. That concludes public comment. Thank you all for being here and for your ongoing dedication and your hard work. At this time, the board will be adjourning to closed session to discuss conference with labor negotiator. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Chief Negotiator Soka Song, CSEA 651, CSEA 262, and the Faculty Association, and Dr. Martha Garcia, Management and Confidential Employees.
So do we just leave the room to go to the other link? Okay, I see.
Hack.
It's not charging. You can charge up either on this or plug it in on here, but you just have to plug into something. I thought the lamp had a trick.
Okay. Good evening. This is Peter Hidalgo, trustee for. I will be chairing today's meeting, and I'm calling today's meeting to order. At this time, we will do the flag salute. Carol Nelson, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Thank you. Agenda item 4.02, reporting the action taken in closed session. Item 3.01, consideration of student expulsion due to the Education Code Section 72-122 and Administrative Procedure 5520, student discipline procedures. One case, the Board of Trustees voted 6-1 to uphold the district's administrative determination. Item 3.02, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54-957.6. Chief Negotiator Soka Song, CSEA 651-262, and Faculty Association, no action was taken. Item 4.03, confirmation of the agenda. We have the following changes in the order of the agenda, and that is 15.01, the OPEB Trust Annual Report is being moved up in the agenda prior to the consent items. Are there any objections, colleagues? Hearing none, so ordered. Introductions and recognitions, 5.01. I'd like to introduce newly appointed and or promoted employees. New hires, classified employees, Kristal Bilderdash. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. Kristal Bilderdash, Project Program Specialist in the EOPS and CARE program. Please come forward. Welcome. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Forgive me.
Bilderbach.
Oh, Bilderbach, got it.
Yes, close. Hello, everyone. My name is Kristal Bilderbach. I am the new life skills specialist for Next Up Reach, working under EOPS, CARE, and CalWorks. And I want to thank you all for having me here today. I'm very honored and humbled to be here sitting in front of you guys. I myself am a Mount SAC alumni. I want to always lead with that. I'm a very proud Mount SAC alumni. I came to this campus as a first-gen, low-income college student. I was very freshly out of the foster care system myself, a single parent on welfare, relying on work study and financial aid to support myself and my child, and life was very difficult. And higher education has completely transformed my life. I'm a very big, firm believer in the power of what we do. I believe that it provides generational change. It's very powerful and impactful change that I don't think we can find in a lot of other areas. So I'm very, very grateful to be in the position that I'm in. I did ultimately graduate from Mount SAC. I transferred to Cal State Long Beach, where I got my bachelor's in sociology, and very recently got my master's in college counseling and student development from APU, and then was able to come back here to Mount SAC serving as the life skills specialist. Along the way, I have had the privilege of meeting a lot of really wonderful people who are very impactful in that journey, and I know that higher ed is a difficult thing to accomplish for a lot of students, and oftentimes it's not possible to do it on our own. So for that, I believe that these positions that we hold are very important. So as a life skills specialist, I'm able to serve students, former and current foster youth, that are in very difficult transitions in their lives, which is really what the Next Up Reach program and the EOPS Care and CalWorks program are very focused on, is providing this holistic, transformational support to students. So I aim to do my best. I hope to make you all proud and serve our students to the best of my ability. I know that Mount SAC sets a very high standard, and I am very honored to be a part of the amazing work that we do here. So thank you all very much.
Great. Welcome. Thank you. Also, we'd like to acknowledge Edgar Hernandez, who is in our aircraft maintenance and manufacturing as a lab technician. In our financial aid office, we have Julie Lack, financial aid specialist. Our information technology team, we have Vanessa Martinez, computers facilities assistant. If any of these are here, please come forward. In our Child Development Center, we have Katie Mata, Early Childhood Development Specialist. In our Admissions and Records team, we have Alyssa Pilkington, who's Admissions and Records Specialist 3. And in our business office, we have Rima Sethi, who's an Administrative Specialist. In our promotions for classified employees, we have Melissa Aguirre. Is Melissa here? Hi, welcome. Please come forward. We'd love to meet you. She is in our Employee and Benefits Services Center as a coordinator.
Hello, good evening. My name is Melissa Gary, and I have served the district for over 15 years, and I'm very excited to be here this evening. I've had the opportunity as a benefits specialist to meet many of you. I have worked under Dr. Madeline Arbayo and currently work under Dr. Soka Song under the benefits and operations area, and have recently been promoted to the coordinator position, which I'm very excited to serve in this position. And this role is brand new to our department, and I'm excited to learn about this additional duties that I will have and where it will take me in the future. So thank you, everybody.
Awesome, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Also in Fiscal Services, we have Kim Bland, who's a coordinator of payroll. In our Maintenance and Operations team, Christopher Karamildis, who's the lead electrician. And as far as item 5.02, introduction of retirees, we are sad but excited about the retirements of Larry Poncetta, who is in our Agricultural Sciences team, our Animal Farm Operations Specialist, and after 11 years of service, our Executive Director of the Foundation, William Lambert. Item 6.01. The approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of June 25, 2024. Is there a motion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of June 25. Because we are taking action items virtually, we will be doing roll call votes tonight. So all those in favor, let me turn it over to you, Carol.
Student trustee?
I concur.
Trustee Baca?
Yay.
Trustee Chen?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Haggerty? Aye. Trustee Chow?
Yes.
Trustee Robert Hidalgo?
Aye.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee Peter Hidalgo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Oh, thank you. Public communication, 7.01. At this time, the Board of Trustees will listen to communication from the public on items that are on the agenda, as well as matters that are not on the agenda and that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board. Under provisions of the California Brown Act, the board is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any oral requests that are not part of the agenda. Comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes per person. We have about a little over an hour's worth of public comments, so I just want you all to be aware that we will be strictly adhering to the 3-minute opportunities for you to make public comments. We want to hear from you. So in accordance with Board Policy 2350, the board will be limiting public comments to roughly 20 minutes per topic as appropriate. The board does have the discretion to extend the limit upon majority vote of the board. And the board encourages those who are speaking on a specific topic to select a spokesperson to address the concerns of the group. So now that we will go to, I will read the person's name and then I will read who is on deck up next. First up is Zephram Wolf, and on deck is Mala Arthur. So Zephram Wolf, please.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Zephram Wolf, and for the last school year, I have been serving as the project manager for the Makerspace. A makerspace, right, is a workshop environment with sort of a gym membership model. So our students, our staff, our faculty could all come in, and by virtue of being affiliated with Mount SAC, could use all of our equipment, which was everything from digital art things, button making, sticker making, sewing machines, laser cutting, vinyl cutting, all of that stuff, all the way up through hand tools, car mechanic tools, a fully equipped wood shop, a fully equipped metal shop, welding rigs, all of that sort of stuff. We had it all. So our makerspace was founded in January 2017. We got a grant through the CCC Maker project that was put out by the California Chancellor at that time, with kind of the assumption that when the 2.5 years of funding provided by that grant were up, that seeing our success and progress, the school would institutionalize us. Then in fall 2018, the voters of Walnut passed Measure Go, which allocated over $20 million to a community accessible makerspace to be constructed and institutionalized on this campus. The measure passed. That funding never materialized for us. So in the years since, once that CCC Maker grant expired, we have been kind of pulling from a hodgepodge of grants, donations, some shares of things that we received directly, some things that we were part of from other parts of campus, such as SEEP funding, or we recently got part of an outreach and retention grant through the Natural Sciences Division. In this time that we have been open, we've served over 4,300 members for a grand total of nearly 100,000 hours of access to all of those students, staff, and faculty. We've also hosted a number of classes and events. This last semester was our best ever, with over 300 hours in that semester alone, so 400 for the school year. And we've served classes from every division on campus except athletics, credit and non-credit. We don't have records for most of the classes that we serve on top of that, because we serve a lot of students from divisions and departments and classes that don't tell us. Their professors just say, hey, there's this place, you can go there and work on your stuff. Go do so. Finally, we have become a model for makerspaces for colleges in all of Southern California. We were approached by Rio Hondo as a model for them to base their makerspace upon. Even 4 years, like the STEM powerhouse Harvey Mudd in Claremont modeled their makerspace on us. But at this point, all of our funding is ended and the makerspace is closed.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Mala Arthur, and on deck is Eric Natividad. Mala?
Good evening. My name is Mala Arthur. I'm one of the founders of the Mountie Makerspace. I'm also the former project manager, and I'm currently a substitute adjunct faculty member there at the Makerspace. I speak tonight about the Makerspace for obvious reasons. I wanted to read you the original mission statement for the Mount SAC Makerspace. The Mount SAC Mountie Makerspace is a gym for creators, making 21st century tools available to facilitate ideation and creation. The mission of the Makerspace is to drive member success and innovation by creating an environment where members can collaborate on the creation of tangible items and entrepreneurial ideas. The Makerspace serves as a hub for project-based learning across instructional areas by providing the tools, mentors, and space to complete practical and artistic projects that emphasize the skills required for 21st century employment. The underlying culture of makerspaces is one of collaboration, sharing, and additive innovation. Sharing one's work with others creates an open community and collaborative culture in which members are excited to assist one another and willingly exchange design knowledge. The diversity of users creates opportunities for members to work with and learn from others who have unique experiences and skills. What this meant in actual practice while we were still open was that many different people of all ages, races, backgrounds, skill levels, and experiences worked on projects near each other, encouraging each other, asking and answering questions, sharing ideas, and brainstorming ways to solve problems. Everyone's success was important, even a person who had never even used a screwdriver before. Inexperienced people were overtly supported and embraced by the members and staff. People living or working in the local area were welcome to participate in making at the Makerspace for the first 6 years. At times, they paid a fee for a non-credit class. At times, they just contributed to apportionment. The community members were always required to sign up as Mount SAC non-credit students, enhancing our enrollment and supporting further participation in the rich class offerings at Mount SAC. The model described affected student academic performances in ways that are not easily quantifiable, but are profound. Students who have designed projects, tried creating their items in different ways, planned, experimented, spoken with experts, experienced failure and then success, become more dedicated, committed students who don't give up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Eric Natividad, and on deck is William Robertson.
Hello, I'm Eric Natividad. So the Supreme Court first recognized our rights to privacy in Griswold versus Connecticut. That was 1965. Under the California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, it says all people are by nature independent and have inalienable rights, and one of those rights that are listed is privacy. So we have a lot of applications and technology, and the back end to these technology applications are corporations that we are just funneling tons of students' personal data to, and this is a choice, the choice that we keep making. We could choose to use better technology, we could choose to negotiate better contracts, we could choose to self-host, use technology in different ways. We could allow students to opt out of this technology. Students shouldn't be lesser people with fewer rights. This could harm things like the school is trying to do, like harm safety. In the ACLU-P's Digital Dystopia, The Danger of Buying EdTech Surveillance, the surveillance that the industry is selling, they say that this technology can make students feel alienated and less likely to speak out about problems that they have seen. And I have felt this myself when I was coming up against some of the technology. I felt really weird about it, and I didn't know how to speak to teachers about it, and I just kind of kept quiet a lot. The thing that made me come here and speak was the introduction of the automatic license plate readers, which I had called Congress people about before, because it's really annoying driving around on the streets with them everywhere. We've seen problems with our technology before, like we dropped Proctorio, which was very obvious software that it was discriminating. There's the one that used to watch your eyes and give you a score depending on how your eyes move while you were taking a test. When I talked to students, it only took them a second to point out this would discriminate against students with different health conditions. Also, there was a piece by Mozilla that mentioned, and I've heard one from one student here, that it had problems identifying students with darker skin. This is like the technology that we had used, and we're still using technology today that discriminates against students and harms their rights. It also goes against like what students want. Like we're using a Facebook pixel that's still on health pages, like how to cope with anxiety, and on our DACA pages, we're giving that data directly to Facebook. And I believe it's just used for marketing. The Facebook employees put out a complaint to how it was censoring Muslim communities inside Facebook, and this is the second genocide that they are supporting in Gaza after they didn't heed warnings about the Rohingya in Myanmar. I don't think the school should be involved in this. We are showing the future doctors, lawyers, teachers, and activists that we're showing them that privacy doesn't matter. And like so many of us have probably received letters about.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Eric. William Robertson, and on deck is Jennifer McNabb. Sure.
Good evening. I'm Caleb Robertson, a Mount SAC alumni, a former Mount SAC chamber singer, and I was Bruce Rogers' last student conductor. Firstly, we wanted to thank the board for your support, particularly Dr. Baca and Mr. Chow for attending Bruce Rogers' retirement event. And we also appreciate the president for helping us secure the Summit Center. It was a venue that was perfect to honor Mr. Rogers. Esteemed board members, administrators, guests, we are here to advocate for the dedication of the music building at Mount SAC in honor of Mr. Bruce Rogers, who over the past 30 years has built a world-renowned choral program that started from a small trailer on a dirt road, and he has forever changed choral music. I truly believe that Bruce Rogers is deserving of a dedication to name the music building after him, as he has more than superseded the board's criteria of distinguished and exceptional contributions to the college, the state, and the nation. His influence extends well beyond our campus. He has positively impacted international choral music forever through his outreach with this choral program. He dutifully represented not just our school, but our country, all the while believing and upholding Mount SAC's core values. Under his leadership and unwavering commitment to excellence, this college's music program has become a beacon of artistic and educational achievement and has earned a lauded local, national, and even international acclaim and recognition. The board's criteria for naming a building such as a significant contribution to program and impactful influence of the school are exemplified by Mr. Rogers' dedications and achievements. His life's work has been devoted to the enrichment of his students. Hundreds of his students have been truly inspired by his mentorship. For instance, many of his alumni have gone into education to carry forth and live out the life-changing lessons and experience that he has fought for and provided for us. And the sheer number of alumni of Bruce Rogers that he has impacted, represented by myself, is a testament to his career and his contributions to Mount SAC, his inspiration to the international choral community, and most importantly, to the countless lives he has inexplicably changed forever. Naming the music building after Bruce Rogers is the only fitting tribute for a man whose entire life has been dedicated to the advancement of music, the prestige of this college, and the enrichment of his students. Thank you for considering this proposal.
Thank you. Jennifer McNabb. On deck is Marissa Bradfield.
Hello, my name is Jennifer McNabb, and I'm a Mount SAC alumni and founding member of Mr. Rogers Choirs. I was on his retirement event planning alumni committee and worked with Mount SAC this year to help plan the event. I'm a second grade teacher and love singing with my students. I believe that Bruce Rogers is deserving of this building dedication, and he has fulfilled the board's criteria of distinguished and exceptional contributions to the college, state, and nation, forever changing the international field of choral music. Over the past 30 years, Bruce Rogers built from scratch the Mount SAC's vocal music program. Unfortunately, this impact has not been acknowledged under the current Mount SAC administrative procedures and bylaws. For the past 8 months, the Alumni Committee has worked tirelessly on both the retirement event and related career accolades for Mr. Rogers, but our requests to the college president for the naming of a school building have been unsuccessful. The Arts Department received a special request from the committee to send a proposal on our behalf to begin the naming process, as outlined in Administrative Policy 6620. We received support from Ms. Sampad and Mr. Vertulo, and they followed the procedures of Mount SAC and submitted a proposal to Ms. Fowler, and she to the cabinet. The college president did not adhere to the current processes outlined in Board Policy and Administrative Policy 6620. The committee was informed that President Garcia's intention was to rewrite the policy so that no future facility would be named at Mount SAC without a significant monetary contribution, and she wasn't going to proceed with the formal request. The president's job, according to the policy, is to form a committee and forward the committee's recommendation to the board. Collectively, we don't understand why naming something in Bruce Rogers' name is even a question. The committee repeatedly requested an endowment scholarship be set up through the foundation starting in September of 2023, but it didn't happen until late April of 2024. The college president, acting as head of the foundation, Mr. Lambert's absence, purposefully tied the endowment scholarship to the room dedication, which was already being halted, delaying the entire process and circumventing the board. The link to the endowment scholarship is not finalized until shortly before the event, not allowing sufficient time to raise a substantial amount of donations for either the room or scholarship. A week prior to the retirement event, the president informed us the required amount for naming would be increasing, and in order to lock in the lower amount, an agreement was necessary. From the time Mr. Rogers was recruited by Mount SAC in 1994, he felt supported and appreciated. Over the years, and repeatedly this year while planning his retirement event, he mentioned how supportive the Mount SAC deans and board have been over the years. He treasured this support and would mention it at every concert, truly valuing how integral it was. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jennifer. Marissa Bradfield, and next up is Tim Norrell. So, Marissa? Hi.
Good afternoon. I too believe that Mr. Bruce Rogers is deserving of this dedication as he has fulfilled the board's criteria of distinguished and exceptional contributions to the college, state, and nation, forever changing the international field of choral music. Bruce's influence has had such a profound impact in my life. Because of him, I was exposed to this medium, as we all have, at its highest form, and would come to fall in love with this art and the community it would create. So today, as many of my colleagues behind me, I stand here as a fellow choral director, educator of 20 years, who is actively pursuing a doctorate in music, choral music at University of Southern California. I am an alumni here. I was here from 1999 to 2003. This past April, I had the distinct honor in bringing one of my own groups to sing under his tutelage at Carnegie Hall. I want to speak to his accolades. We hear so many wonderful things that he does, but it really is beyond recognition of so many. Bruce's accolades and achievements are truly inspirational. Teaching has been his lifelong mission, with an impressive 42 years within the public school system, specifically 30 years here at Mount San Antonio College. He has conducted choirs at 15 national and regional American Choral Director Association conventions within his 30 years, which is an ACDA record. Bruce was the first director in the United States to have two distinct choirs perform at both the International Association of Jazz Educators National Conference and an American Choral Directors Association National Conference within the same year, twice. He has won 18 Downbeat Jazz Magazine Awards for his work with the vocal jazz ensemble Syncopation, who has developed with his group Syncopation, and has developed the celebrated Bruce Rogers Choral Series with Gentry Music Publications, which strives to challenge and discover new choral works throughout the world. He has presented clinics and lectures in 28 states, 18 countries, along with conducting 54 all-state and honor choir performances. His ensembles have performed in many prestigious international competitions and festivals throughout the years, just to name a few. His chamber singers have competed at the Eisteddfod competition in Wales 3 times, the World Choir Games in Swanee, South Africa, Shanghai Prize International Choral Competition, the Haydn International Choral Festival, the Choral Grand Prix competitions in both Spital, Magdeburg, Maribor, and Varna, Bulgaria, where I was fortunate to be able to see him receive the Best Conductor Prize. I was honored to present him just this last spring with the National Collegiate Choral Organization Lifetime Achievement Award this past spring, which is making him the only 2-year college director in history to receive this honor. Thank you for your time.
So
we really hope
Marissa.
that you consider this ask. Thank you.
Next up is Tim Norrell, and on deck is Chris Jones.
Good evening. My name is Tom. I'm here on behalf of Tim Norrell. Tim is a Mount SAC alumni and inaugural member of Professor Rogers' choirs. Tim was his first student conductor and was on the Alumni Planning Committee. I believe that Bruce Rogers is deserving of this building dedication, as he has fulfilled the board's criteria of distinguished and exceptional contributions to the college, state, and nation, forever changing the international field of choral music. Imagine the Mount SAC Chamber Singers were a football team. They would have been in the Rose Bowl every single year for the past 2 decades. Even outside the choral music field, athletic greats like UCLA basketball coach John Wooden have acknowledged Bruce Rogers' continuous success. In addition to being christened the Wizard of Walnut, in homage to his love of John Wooden, Bruce was invited to a one-on-one lunch in John Wooden's home to discuss their teaching philosophies and shared ideas. Here are a few additional career, community, and lifetime achievement awards. Mount SAC has presented Professor Rogers with both the Faculty Member of the Year and Burning Bright Award. In 2010, the Upland Community Foundation honored him with the Spotlight Award for Outstanding Educator. In 2013, the California Music Educators Association recognized his excellence with the Silver Burdette Choral Award, and in 2014, they honored him with the Outstanding Music Educators Award. On a smaller scale, the day-to-day impact he has on his own students is clearly demonstrated by the overwhelming support shown in our retirement event, where we easily contacted over 500 alumni. Alumni outreach is a significant part of Mount SAC, and the high attendance at the retirement event in June surpassed previous college alumni events, demonstrating their dedication to Mr. Rogers, the music program, and Mount SAC. His influence on alumni has been profound, positively affecting each of them and connecting them to Mount SAC through the music program. Over 300 of these same alumni have signed our petition on change.org to support the naming of the music building after him. His influence on the music program and the school is so impactful that the students have come from around the world, including Japan, to join his choral music programs. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Tom. Chris Jones, with next up is Jacob Christ.
Thank you. My name is Chris Jones. I was a student at Mount SAC from 2000 to 2005, and I owe a lot of my success to Mr. Rogers and what I learned from being a part of his choirs. In conclusion, I hope we have demonstrated that throughout his career, Mr. Rogers has made an unparalleled contribution to Mount SAC, profoundly shaping the music program and making a lasting impact on the school as well as the national and international music communities. In accordance with AP 6620, naming of the building, and Step 1, request for naming of buildings, structures, facilities, or areas on campus shall be submitted to the college president and CEO, who will form a committee for review. We are informing the board today that we will be submitting our request to the college president under the rules outlined by BP 6620, which states, facilities may be named for distinguished or exceptional services to the college, state, national, or international distinction as to warrant recognition. We believe that Mr. Rogers' tenure and contributions qualify as extraordinary circumstances, as mentioned in AP 6620. allowing him to be considered for this honor before the set 3 years following his separation from Mount SAC. We would like to request the board's help in facilitating the forming of a committee to review this proposal. Mr. Rogers' work at Mount SAC has not only fulfilled but exceeded this criteria, making him a prime candidate for this honor. The overwhelming support from his students, much of whom you see here, and alumni from all over the world underscores the widespread recognition of Mr. Rogers' contribution and deep appreciation felt by the Mount SAC music community. As alumni of Mount SAC, we believe in the power of this educational institution and stand by Mount SAC's core values of student focus, equality and diversity, integrity, community building, lifelong learning, and sustainability and stewardship. We encourage Mount SAC to be the ultimate ambassador of sustainability and stewardship by naming this building in honor of Bruce Rogers to promote this long-standing commitment to these same core values. We believe that Bruce Rogers has fulfilled the board's criteria of distinguished and exceptional contributions to the college, state, nation, and has forever changed choral music at Mount SAC. The Bruce Rogers Alumni Committee and all of Mr. Rogers' students, thank you for your time and your consideration for this proposal.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you all for joining us today. Next up is Jacob Christ, and on deck is Jennifer Chen.
All right, I'm speaking in support of funding for the Mountie Makerspace. My name is Jacob Christ. I've been teaching as an adjunct faculty at Mount SAC in the electronics department for 24 years. Before becoming a teacher, I was a student at Mount SAC, and I would spend many hours sitting on the floor of hallways in Building 28 designing circuits without access to equipment needed to test what I was working on. After Mount SAC, I transferred to Cal Poly Pomona and discovered the solar car team, which had offices and lab facilities on campus. I spent nearly every waking hour outside of class in one of the solar car team spaces. As a result, I learned amazing skills from students from other disciplines, as well as how to work on interdisciplinary teams. The time working in these predominantly student lab spaces netted me contacts that resulted in nearly every job that I've had since leaving Mount SAC as a student. So suffice it to say, had Mount SAC had the Mountie Makerspace while I was a student, I could very well have seen myself spending all my free time there. Additionally, I know students I've had in my class that cherish the facilities as a resource for helping them realize their dreams. And I hope my statement has some positive impact on making sure that the Mount SAC Makerspace is able to remain on campus. And I have one final remark. Recently, I've seen a lot of advertising on YouTube and billboards, and I've heard stuff on Spotify and Pandora advertising Mount SAC and trying to let everybody know that there's 400 programs and there's something here for you. So for as frequently as I see these ads, it must have cost a pretty penny, and I suspect if some of those ads had mentioned the Mountie Makerspace and the access to the tools that are available at the facility, that this would result in a lot of students interested in Mount SAC simply because they would be able to use these tools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Jennifer Chen, and on deck is Mackenzie Dorendonio.
Hello, Dr. Garcia and members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Jennifer Chen. I'm from the art department. I'm here to share my experiences at the Makerspace. I've been teaching printmaking at Mount SAC since 2018. Since 2019, through printmaking projects, I've been using the Makerspace to expose my students to its well-equipped and maintained facility, and to expose them to a diverse and dynamic community that ranges from rocket science, astronomy, jewelry, woodworking, fashion, and theater, to name a few. Many of my students go back to explore other resources or continue with ideas my projects are based on. For new art students or any new student, it's important to see such an active space, a melting pot, and a space place for exchange of ideas that is so invaluable. Maybe I believe it is sowing the seeds for innovation, or the very least, lessening inhibitions of technology or manual skills. I've also been faculty of record for the past year, and I can attest to the range of projects and creative problem solving within the makerspace community. It never ceases to amaze me. If I had this when I started school, I wonder where I'd be today. I think it would give me such an advantage with skills and creative thinking. I'm asking you to think about incorporating the makerspace into a permanent student resource center. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Mackenzie Torendonio, and on deck is Mallory Ringer.
Sorry. Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Mackenzie Tardano. I am a student worker for the Animation and Gaming Department here at Mount SAC. I am also an organizer and a project lead for our event Game Fest, which is held annually. For the past several years, we have had a great partnership with Makerspace, which has played a pivotal role in the success and growth behind the development of the event. Many students who have had the opportunity to work behind the scenes of Game Fest have learned new skill sets that many of us would not have thought that we were possible to have. Right here I have some art that I have created at Makerspace, and this is something that I wouldn't have thought that, I as an artist would have been able to create here at Makerspace. Makerspace has motivated a lot of students to believe that there could be more communities out there just like the one that we have here at Mount SAC, offering them the opportunity to thrive for more communities out there outside of Mount SAC. Makerspace has allowed for many artists, regardless of what medium that we work with, to express and experiment with our creativity. It has also allowed us to become a supportive community and has given us a safe space for us to be who we are as artists. We ask that you please consider allowing Makerspace to continue and be supported through the school. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mackenzie. Mallory Ringer, and on deck is Lee David. Mallory Ringer? Last call? Okay, she's not here. We'll go next to Lee David, and on deck is Peter Halverson.
So, good evening, everyone. I too am here to speak on behalf of, in support of the Makerspace. I am an adjunct faculty member at the Makerspace for the past year, and before that, I was one of the community members when the Makerspace was available to the community. So, I just want to, on top of what everyone else has said, I want to speak from my experience. What I see is that it's so valuable for students who come to the Makerspace to become familiar with the technology and equipment available there, 3D printers, laser cutter, CAD software, in the context that's outside of a graded project or graded assignment with a specific deadline. And they can learn so much, through their personal projects. And every semester we'll also see, especially towards the end of the semester and the middle of the semester when the projects are due, we see a lot of students who come in who are very stressed, about these projects. And they were able to, they're unfamiliar with these things, but the staff and other members at the Makerspace are able to help them and help them get comfortable and, successfully complete their project. And that is part of the reason why I believe Makerspace is such a valuable resource for all the students on campus, on top of everything else everyone has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Peter Halverson, and on deck is Colin Wu. Hi, Peter.
My name is Peter Halverson, and I teach astronomy, Astronomy 5, the introductory class here at Mount SAC. I'm semi-retired, and in my previous job, I was a JPL scientist, engineer, and I worked on planet finding mission and on the optics and the engineering of how the optics are controlled. I also worked a little bit on the James Webb Space Telescope, which at that time was still kind of a dream. What I like to do when I'm teaching my astronomy class is to give my students a project, and they have various options. And one option is to make their own telescope. Another option is to take an old telescope that's been donated to us and then to fix it up, repair it. And the makerspace has been the ideal environment for that kind of work. It was just tremendous fun to come in and see all the activity all around us and have one or two students from my class learn how to put together an optical system. It entailed, cutting, measuring, using the 3D printer. I personally learned how to use a 3D printer at the makerspace. And I have no doubt that in the future, these students, their experience building the telescope or fixing an old telescope will help them find good jobs. Or if they go on to a four-year college, help them with their academic projects or with their PhDs or whatever. I'm here just to say I hope that you can find a way to keep the makerspace running. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Colin Wu, and on deck is Aya Ismail.
Hello, I'm Colin Wu. Some of you I recognize from Bruce Rogers' retirement party, but also I may have recognized you from when I first was here at Mount SAC.
Mr. Wu, could you speak into the mic a little bit more?
My first year at Mount SAC, I was part of the Mount SAC Chamber Singers with Bruce Rogers, and we were in this room singing for the board to get funding for us to go to China that year for free, and we did. And we placed second in Bruce Rogers' competition, or the world competition at China with Bruce Rogers. I believe that we can find funding for him for his long and standing career, but also for the makerspace. I'm still a student at Mount SAC because I decided later on in life I really wanted to become a designer because it incorporates all of my aspects of what I enjoy within my art and within my life. The makerspace has really been a big part of that, almost as much as Bruce Rogers with Chamber Singers. The Mount SAC, or the makerspace, is a space where I want to make music technology, so even though the curriculum may not have that for us as students, it's still a space for us to learn. It is still a space for us to expand our overall knowledge just for our own personal projects and for us as people to commune with all other artists and with all other inventors and creators. So I hope that we can have funding for all of the projects here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Aya Ismail, and on deck is Raven Bugby. Aya?
Hello, members of the board. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. For the last 9 months, every single day, I'm a college student. I use social media, and every single day, I seem to see family after family, children after children being murdered, making videos just to appeal to the U.S. and to anyone who can help to help them get out of Palestine. They seem to be filming all of their misfortune, like literally filming bombs falling from the sky mere feet away from them, and filming their dead loved ones. And I just wonder, like, are we still human? Because as a human, like, we seem to not be having any response to that. As a college, as a person, as a mother, as a father, as a person of color, like, we need to have more of a response than just to scroll away or just to nod our heads and kind of go, okay, next. It is day 279. 279 days of genocide. 279 days of persecution, 279 days of not knowing if you're going to live. That is way, way too much for anyone, no matter where you come from. But as a person of color, we know how it feels to have our land taken away from us. We know how it feels to fight for our place in the world, for our culture, for our land, and just to be persecuted just for existing. Just for existing. We're not even doing anything. But when you take a step back, I think we all realize what the real problem is, and that's colonialism. It's when people of power seem to think that they can just do whatever they want just because it's easy, just because it gets them more money or land. And I think that today you do the same thing to your teachers by not providing them COLA. Today, Israel's doing the same thing by robbing Palestinians of their land and their freedom, by starving them to death. Can you think just how excruciating that is, to be starved to death? Like, it's not even like a fast bullet. It's an excruciating experience to just have to live through. And so today, you also aid colonialism by allowing Sodexo to supply the food with slave labor and financially aiding Israel in its genocide. So I implore you, please don't think about this. Don't go home and go, maybe we'll do it tomorrow. No. Today, we need to stop this. Today, we need to speak up. Today, we need to start reacting as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Aya. Raven Bugby, and on deck is Max Duffy.
Hello, board members. My name is Raven. As Aya had said, today is 279 days of the ongoing genocide in Gaza. The numbers reported of death toll is 186,000. This number is a modest number. The way they record these numbers are through names and being able to recognize the bodies. We cannot even fathom the amount of death that has happened because of the way that these bodies are demolished. They're no longer recognizable. And I'm here to remind you that you are all in positions of power. As board members and as citizens of the United States, not only are you in position of power, you chose to be in positions of power. And what are you going to do with that power? Mount SAC is the largest community college in, I think, all California. And you have the power to create a ripple effect with what you do with your voices. So we're asking you to divest from Sodexo. Not only do they contribute to this ongoing genocide, they contribute to horrors happening here on our land through slave labor, through prison labor. And I also want to tell you a story about a 6-year-old girl named Hind Rajab. I want to tell you this story to remind you that these aren't just numbers, these are people. She is a 6-year-old girl in a car with her family. She watched her entire family be brutally murdered, and she had to sit there with their lifeless body for hours until calling for help. She called the Red Crescent for help, and in that call, she was able to get through to her mother for her last words. And in that call, she struggled to talk to her mother, not because she knew that death was imminent, but because she was scared to tell her mother that she ruined her new dress being stained by blood of her loved ones next to her, no longer living. She sat in that car for 6 hours as they sent help. Not only was she then murdered herself, so were the people who were on their way to hopefully save her. And I want you to think of her, and not only her, but these 186,000 people. And this is continuing. Just yesterday, I think there was 57 people. I hope that you think of her when you see your children, when you see the people on campus here, when you see the people you employ. We're all humans, and we deserve to live our lives and our ambitions and our goals and our dreams. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Max Duffy, and on deck is Cecilia Lopez.
Hello to the esteemed Board of Trustees. I'm Max Duffy, a student at Mount SAC. I am speaking to the board a second time with a new name because this college still invests large sums of money into companies who rely on the occupation of Palestine. As Mount SAC builds new buildings with such apartheid companies, they somehow cannot find it in their budget to pay their employees enough to cope with the rising cost of living. As well as divesting from companies who invest in Israel, I'd like the college to make a public statement demanding a ceasefire. I understand you may be concerned this is too political or controversial. A staff member here recently raised concerns on Capitol Hill about anti-Semitism on this campus due to the large showing of students in support of Palestine. Zionist rhetoric in the United States often appeals to more liberal sensibilities to obfuscate the colonial goal. Meanwhile, Israeli politicians speak to their own constituents about Palestine being filled with human animals and that no Palestinians are innocent. Thus, most of the 40,000 deaths in Palestine have been civilians, majority women and children. This would not be possible without American support, our American dollars and weapons. This college has issued statements acknowledging the genocide of Native Americans that was enacted to steal the land that we stand on today. Meanwhile, the building that houses the Native Peoples Center was constructed by a company that invests in the current genocide of the Native people of Palestine. I do not want money for my education funding this. Opposing genocide is not controversial amongst the students here at Mount SAC. Starbucks on our campus has been losing money since student boycotting. Representing your students and valuing your employees is how we build a supportive, inclusive community. My mother, a staff member here, called me up today asking to show up wearing blue because we are stronger in numbers. Divest from Sodexo, divest from Caterpillar, remove Starbucks from our campus, and give your employees a living wage. We will not stop speaking out until you do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Max. Cecilia Lopez, and on deck is Carol Nakata.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cecilia Lopez. I just came here today to give a report on the updates, basically, of what's going on in Palestine today and what's been going on for the past week. So, just Tuesday was the bloodiest day in Gaza in a few months, as was corrected by an Al Jazeera reporter live on Democracy Now! People in the West Bank are starving, with over 2 million people being displaced and being ravaged by the IDF forces, having dogs released on them and targeted by snipers. What was once 30,000 has skyrocketed to 186,000 dead, 8% of the population. Children, a great number. Those Palestinian lives, seemingly by our modern media, are not as significant as the lives of people in Ukraine who have been reported as being bombed directly by the Russian government in every headline that has reported the hospital bombing. To make this comparison is not to say that we are not standing in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, that the people who were martyred there have any less significance than the people of Palestine. But the blatant racism which has been displayed and announced loudly by all of our national news media is why I'm saying this. Because as a person of the BIPOC community and somebody who's constantly in congregation with the BIPOC community, we can no longer trust these main sources to rely on for news media and for trustful, fact-based news media. I bring this to you because I think it's important that you hear it from word of mouth, just as I've been hearing from word of mouth, just as I have seen in the precedents of social media from the people reporting on the genocide that is taking their family members. Also recently, prisoners, which I would more aptly term as victims of Israeli occupation camps, have been released. The signs of their torture, of their mental deprivation, is aptly also compared to that of those who suffered under Nazi concentration camps. The number of martyrs at the beginning is not something that has been suddenly decided because all of those lives were most recently lost, but rather a calculation of something that has been revised of what's been going on for the past 8 months. 8 months where a large portion of people who are in power do not say anything. I was deciding just now if I should mention the life of somebody I almost lost, of somebody who was close to me who almost lost their lives, most recently at a camp in Gaza.
Thank you so much, Cece. Carol Nakata, and on deck is Margaret Velarde. Carol Nakata? No? Okay. Margaret Velarde, and on deck is Beta Meyer. Margaret? Hi. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. My name is Margaret Velarde. I am an instructor here through the community ed program. I teach the jewelry lapidary class. And the makerspace has been a godsend for my class because right now we have a classroom, but we cannot solder or anything in there because we're looking for a permanent room. But it's made a difference because the students coming, they want to learn how to solder and learn the techniques of how to doing that besides the other techniques we do for the jewelry. So it's made it a great place for us to go and students can practice their soldering. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Beta Meyer.
Hello, board members. Thank you for listening to us. You've heard me from already tonight. I'm Dr. Beta Meyer. I work in biological sciences. I'm in the natural science division. And I wanted to speak to you about a student-centered gem we have on campus. It's the makerspace. You've been hearing a little bit about it tonight, but our makerspace is on par with the ones at Caltech and Harvey Mudd. Our actual makerspace staff helped design the one at Harvey Mudd. There are very few community colleges that can actually have such an absolute pearl in their possession where any student can come in of any ability, wheelchair accessible, and get help on state-of-the-art tools and develop really good life skills. Let me explain to you why I love the makerspace. It's a community and campus resource for exploration and creativity. Students from diverse programs use it. You've been hearing from students all over the place and the faculty all over campus. You haven't heard from robotics, but they use it. Engineering uses it in their exploration classes. And my environmental club, my Eagle Club, uses it. They make buttons. That's what they like to do. It's used for printmaking. It's used for 3D printing. And I have a selfish request. I have a colleague who used to frequent the makerspace all the time, Dr. Betsy Lawler, and she built me some models, which you can't purchase. And they're low cost and they can be 3D printed. And I would really like to make sets of models for my biology classes and my anatomy classes, STEM Center, the VRC, the Turk, and others to have and use for students to study on. And my plan is to do that. But I can really only do that in months where I'm not working overloads. And I can't do that if the makerspace isn't open, because it requires a 3D printer and some help with the download programs. That's not really my strength. My strength is like cell and molecular biology and anatomy and physiology. It's not really the computer savvy stuff. So I just really am pleading with you to keep this resource on campus. We're proud of what we have here at Mount SAC. I'm extremely proud of what we have here at Mount SAC. And I don't want to lose a resource like this where students can experience stuff that there's no way they could pay for. Even if it's silk making, printing, or if it's using expensive power tools and industrial tools in a safe environment that's accessible to all, whether they're neurodivergent, whether they're differently abled, wheelchair, or whether they're individuals that are perfectly capable of using these tools and can't afford them. That's what we're here for. And it's for the community, and it's for exploration. And I really thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. That concludes our public comment period, and there are no public comments remotely either. Next on the agenda is our reports, and for those of you who have not prepared a written report, I don't see that there are any written reports on the agenda packet. We're asking you that you kindly and respectfully be as efficient as possible, and that all oral reports are brief and to the point. And we just want we want to be as efficient as possible and be able to get through the rest of the agenda. We're still, for the most part, at the top of the agenda. So first up is 8.01, Associated Students. Is anyone from the Associated Students here?
I believe Danny is here. She might be in the other room.
And Danny can confirm, however, she did share that there would be no report today.
Okay. So then, item 8.02, Faculty Association. Emily Woolery to provide a brief report.
Good evening. I did submit my report, so if it's not posted yet, you may see it later. I sent it today, so it won't be in your packet. But some of the things I wrote about are the National Education Association Representative Assembly. We were able to send 5 Mount SAC faculty to the NEARA, which was scheduled in Philadelphia from July 3rd to 7th. Unfortunately, the NEARA was shut down on July 5th because NEA's staff organization initiated a strike. So the attendees there weren't able to conclude all of the activities. In terms of negotiations, as you've heard, we are continuing to negotiate with the district. We just met yesterday on July 9th, and the Faculty Association gave the district its responses to the core financial proposals. So we provided responses related to salary, benefits, service increments, office hours, and professional growth hours. The meeting went pretty quickly because the district team members didn't ask very many questions. It seemed that they understood everything we were requesting. We continue to be disappointed in the district's minimal approach to negotiations. We are scheduled to meet again on July 15th, and we are hoping to see thoughtful responses from the district instead of a copy-paste response across several articles. And that's what we received on July 1st. And then this summer, we do have 2 conferences that faculty are going to. The CTA President's Conference is scheduled next week, and Joshua Christ and I will be attending that one. That's a forum that we learn about topics like running the union and serving as an employer and topics like that. And then 2 weeks from now, the CTA Summer Institute will occur, and we have about 7 different members going to that conference, and we will be learning about topics including bargaining, communications, organizing, and political action at the local and regional levels. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Rosa Asensio, CSEA 262. Hi, Rosa.
Good evening. Feels like we were just here. I have a very short report tonight. You have already heard from our 262 unit members today, and they are the ones affected by the decisions made by this board. The district noted in our last proposal on salaries, they must prioritize the financial health and stability of the district as a whole. Our current economic situation necessitates prudence and a focus on maintaining essential services and operations best to serve our students, staff, and community. Adding, please understand this decision is not a reflection of our appreciation for your dedication and hard work. That they remain committed to open communication and collaboration as we navigate these challenging times. I just wanted to point out the irony that these reasons presented to us in this proposal are the same issues faced by our members ever since the district decided to hold back paying out the 23-24 COLA. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. George Gutierrez, CSEA 651. Good afternoon, Mr. President. With all due respect, a brief report is what we are seeking from you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I was long-winded. I'll make it quick. So, good evening. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Real quick, I just want to thank the Board of Trustees for giving us an opportunity to be able to be heard. I want to thank my e-board for their hard work and the negotiation. One of the things that I wanted to bring attention to the Board of Trustees, the district is always saying no. How can we negotiate if there is no negotiations going on when the district always says no, emphasize on the word no? How can you expect employees to come to work when they have no support financially, they have no stability mentally, or sustainability? You look at the budget, how to save money, but not how to make employees successful with stability and making sure they can take care of their family. Real quick, honesty is the first chapter in the Book of Wisdom. If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. One lie ruins 1,000 truths. No legacy is so rich as honesty. Respect is earned, honesty is appreciated, trust is gained, loyalty is in return. Thank you.
Thank you, President Gutierrez. Next up, we've adjusted the agenda to move up the discussion item 15.01, the OPEB Trust Annual Report. I'd like to turn it over to Vice President Rodriguez.
Yes, I'd like to invite Steve Stahlberg up from D.A. Davidson. He's our investment advisor who you've met on a number of occasions. He's just going to give a brief highlight. You have some slides in there, and then you can ask questions. So,
all right, thank you, Morris. Thank you to the board and to President Garcia. Thank you for having me here. We had a very good fiscal 23-24. I'm pleased to announce that OPEB, the MAME OPEB account did 20.65 in terms of return. STIRS and PERS did 21.99. And auxiliary did 21.69. Very proud of those numbers. They speak for themselves. Sometimes numbers go, percentages don't tell the whole story. Just in OPEB, we made $20 million of gain in OPEB. We went from $97 million to $117 million. Excuse me, I got a little raspy throat. So it was a very good year. The three accounts now are over 130 million, 137 million. As of today, they were over 140 million. So they continue to grow. We did this with a very conservative long-term investment strategy. And within the long-term strategy, we did some tactical moves that really paid off. that basically allowed us to add return and lock in about $6 million of net profit that we took during fiscal 23-24. We have 50% in equities right now, very well diversified across all bounds. One area that we're probably light is international, but international hasn't been that good. We're going to take a look at that for next year for maybe South Asia, ex-China, to maybe add some of that to it. Europe is still having problems, so we'll probably still stay away from the European continent. Fixed income, we had about 45% in fixed income and in cash, and another 5% in alternative investments and commodities. So that's the quick down and dirty that Morris asked me to be quick and then open it up for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Stahlberg. Board colleagues, this is a discussion item. Any questions?
Yes. So I looked at those numbers and I was really surprised. They're really big. So there's 3 OPEBs. Are they fully funded?
I'll help you out with that question. So the OPEB trust for the auxiliary is fully funded. The OPEB funds for the district employees, in the last actuarial report, full funding would be $140 million, and you said there's 117.
Today, probably closer to 120.
Okay, so it's about 20 million short of what the last actuarial report said for fully funded. Keep in mind, the cost of retiree health benefits goes up every year, so that 140 will gradually change and go up over the years. But excellent job, basically hitting the mark in terms of getting much closer than we've ever been to that particular number. And then the STRS PERS trust is not, we don't look at it the same way. We'll never be able to fully fund the STRS PERS trust. It's just a small fraction of even what we pay in a year for our STRS and PERS costs. So.
Mr. Trustee Chen?
Yes. What is the benchmark that you use?
We use a combination benchmark, basically, of the Standard & Poor's 500, some international, some mid-cap, small-cap. I can get the actual percentages we use, and we use the Barclays aggregate for the bonds. And it's our benchmark did 9.53, so we added a little over 11%, well, almost 11% in alpha on top of the benchmark.
So all of those in aggregate only return 9.5?
9.5 was the benchmark return. We did over 20 in all 3 accounts, so we added quite a bit in alpha on top of those.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I have a question.
Trustee
the
Chow?
auxiliary fund, it's like 10 million, as I recall, or something like that.
Auxiliary is about 5 million.
It's about 5 million. It's fully funded.
Right. It pays.
Who's the participants in there?
So
still?
we no longer have any active auxiliary employees, but any employee that retired in the auxiliary and qualified for lifetime health benefits, that pays for that.
So is there potential for a person to meet that requirement?
Well, all the folks that we have a number of folks that get lifetime health benefits that were auxiliary employees. Okay. But because we have no more, there aren't going to be any new ones that qualify.
And those who qualify, they're still alive and they have not met the age requirement yet. Is that?
No, there are. I'm sure. I don't know the counts on that, to be honest with you, but I'm sure there are retirees that are getting health benefits right now paid for through that trust.
Because I recall the disbursements out of that trust was like under $1,000 for the last fiscal year.
It's the I don't know, Rosa. Do you know off the top of your head what we're paying on the for the retiree health benefits specifically for auxiliary?
I can't hear her.
Yeah. Can you repeat that?
I
Yeah,
can.
Rosa's just her memory is that there's about 100,000. We'll have
100,000 what?
Of the of the auxiliary employees, we pay a certain amount of we pay a certain amount of retiree health benefits for retired employees in the auxiliary. The question was, what are we spending per year to pay those? And it's just Rosa's memory is about 100,000, but we'd actually have to double check to make sure we're really at what number.
Right. What we're paying is the health premiums for the employees that retire from the auxiliary services. And if you recall, some of the board members may recall, we basically closed down the auxiliary services in 2012. After that, we kept a few employees, 6. All those employees either resign, most of them retire, and we have a group that we still have to pay. The auxiliary services was in operation for a lot of years, and those employees have benefits that were very close to what the Mount SAC employees have. We no longer, basically have any employees at this point that would qualify. If we ever, or if the board and the executives ever decided to have employees on the auxiliary services, they will have to be vested again and work at least 10 years and be vested for pairs, and there's a lot of rules for that. But at this point, all of them are retired.
I guess the reason...
They're retired or they're passed away?
No, if they passed away, we no longer pay. They are retired, and we're paying the health premiums for those retirees.
Okay, so Trustee Chow said it looked like we were only paying $1,000 a year.
No, we're not paying. We're paying more than $1,000 a year.
I'm sorry.
How much ballpark figure? How much are we paying a year?
Bear with me a second. I lost my spot here.
I will be more than happy to send you all the figures of how much we pay a year, but it's not even close to what we pay for Mount SAC.
Without getting into the details, the basic purpose of the question is one day that those funds could be transferred to the other one because there are no more participants?
They're auxiliary funds. So if they ever get released from that trust, they would stay in the auxiliary.
So that auxiliary trust stays forever?
Well, the trust can only be used for retiree health benefits. So at some certain point, if you were overfunded and you were done using it, you would have to go through a legal process to release the funds from that trust. But because they're auxiliary funds, they would stay in the auxiliary.
But the auxiliary doesn't exist anymore. We closed it down.
The auxiliary exists. The auxiliary hires your bookstore vendors. The auxiliary hires your food vendors and a variety of things. So the auxiliary still exists. We just don't have employees in the auxiliary.
Okay, we no longer have auxiliary employees.
Correct.
This program is designed to fund health care benefits for retired auxiliary employees.
Yes.
We have no more. So
Correct.
theoretically, at some point in time, there will be no participants. Am I missing something here?
No, that's accurate.
Right? And when that day occurs, and it has not occurred yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Then this money that is in this fund, does it revert back to the college, or can
No, it stays. It's auxiliary funding. So
it's a separate entity that we cannot touch.
But the auxiliary supports the college, right? I mean, it has roles it plays for the college.
Okay.
So if let's say after, I don't know, 25 years from now, if there's $1.5 million left or $2 million left, we would have to go through a legal process to release those funds. But because the funds are in the auxiliary accounts, they would stay in the auxiliary accounts.
To be used for auxiliary
purposes, correct.
Thank you. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Any additional questions?
Sounds like a cushion to me.
All right.
So, yes, Mr. Strasburg.
Yes, Stolberg.
This Stolberg. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. We're
No
going
problem.
to. We've had conversations
Yeah.
in the past. If we continue along this, is this pace? This is the return is for the last 12 months.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And as of today, you said we're about $120 million.
Yeah, I would say after the market close today, tomorrow
And
we'll
Mr.
be over
Rodriguez said
120.
it's about $135 million to be fully funded for this
It's about
OPEC, based upon the current
approximately
rate.
140. I think the actual report might be say 138, and that was as of June 30 of 2023. Was it 2023? Yeah.
And as I looked at the report before I lost it here on my screen, my recollection was the net increase in value after outflows for costs is about $10 million for the last year. Is that correct?
No, really there was only a deposit for $2.5 million made.
But
right
I
at
meant
the
with
beginning.
appreciation
Yeah.
and
No,
returns?
it was actually $20 million.
$20 million.
$20 million. We had a very good year.
Okay, so thank you. That is very good news. We hope to have a comparable report next year.
You know, we take what the market will give us. We are very conservative. Our tactical band helps us. I believe you buy quality securities, quality companies when they're out of favor, when no one likes them. A good example is no one liked Apple about a month and a half ago. Traded down to 160. We added to our Apple position and closed the day over 230. Tesla closed today, I think, somewhere around 234, 235. We added to our position about 170. Added quite a bit to our position because no one liked him. Everyone was mad at Elon.
Is there a time to take profit?
Yeah, we have trimmed the portfolio 4 or 5 different times last year when the market was hitting up against resistance, and it looked like it was overbought. I don't ever sell a complete position. I'll take a profit of maybe 10 to 15% max. In that way, if we book that, we have it in our pocket. If the market pulls back, we have more money to either rebuy that or buy other quality companies or positions. Or if it continues, we still own 80% of the position. So we like it to continue. Right now, the market has broken through all resistance. I am looking probably to try to take profits by the end of July, beginning of August, because we'll be out of earnings season, and historically from August to October is the worst historical time in the market, and we're going into a lot of uncertainty politically and fiscally in the next. The one thing that could maybe be a silver lining if the Fed does drop rates, but I don't know if they'll do it before the election. It's very interesting listening to Chairman Powell from the Federal Reserve today with the Senate and the Senate yesterday, House today. He really gave no indication that he was ready to drop rates. He probably will drop rates sometime in the next year. They have to go down from where they are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strawberg. I look forward to seeing you a year from now.
And hopefully the report is as good, but no guarantees. It is the stock market. Safety first.
We'll see what our OPEC funding needs to be in a year from now. It's a race between for you, Mr. Strawberg.
Well, I want to make sure we're safe first.
Okay,
Safety first.
Excuse me, Stolberg of DADCO, thank you so much for your presentation.
If you wouldn't mind, I have some questions.
Pardon me?
If you wouldn't mind, I have some questions.
Sorry about that. We have some additional questions, apparently. We'll make this quick.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding this correctly, we have some investments in this trust. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Is there any criteria that y'all utilize in regards to the ethics of investing this money, that y'all won't put some money into some investments because of certain business dealings for XYZ company?
Yeah. Right now, the only official limitation is no fossil fuels.
Okay.
We divested ourselves of all fossil fuels 2 or 3 years ago, and we have not bought any since. So, and I was asked earlier in the year if we had any direct Israeli investing in any Israeli companies, and the answer is no.
Okay.
And it wasn't because of politics at that time, because we had no mandate. It was because we're internationally, the U.S. has been the best place to be. We only have about 2 or 3% of the entire portfolio internationally.
Thank you. And I have a question for, I think, Dr. Garcia or anyone else. Do we have a policy where the institution examines our mission statement and our values, and then we apply that to the investments that we either put money into or take money out?
Not directly for this. The change that we made that Mr. Stahlberg mentioned a bit ago was when the board had quite a bit of discussion about fossil fuels.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when we gave direction to pull off of fossil fuels. So our policy, mostly the policy that we provide our advisor, revolves around the quality of what they purchase and the percentage of fixed versus variable income. So what it boils down to is that we don't have a very specific statement, I think, of what you're asking or driving to. So,
thank you for that.
Yep.
Any other questions?
No, at this moment, no.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Next up on the agenda is the list of consent items. At this time, does anyone like to pull any items?
I want 9.05 and 11.01.
9.05 and 11.01. Any additional items? Hearing none, looking for a motion.
10.0.
Oh, forgive me, Doc.
10.03.
10.03?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? Sorry, Trustee Santos and Dr. Baca. Anything else? All right. We have 9.05, 10.03, and 11.01. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda except those three items? It's been moved by Judy Chen Haggerty. Second? Second by Dr. Baca. Roll call vote.
Student trustee,
I concur.
trustee Baca,
Yes.
trustee Chen, trustee Chen Haggerty, trustee Chow,
Yes.
trustee Robert Hidalgo,
Aye.
trustee Santos,
Yes.
trustee Peter Hidalgo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. First up is item 9.05, agreement with ThreatHunter.ai for Security Operations Center system purchase from SHI. Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
It's moved by Trustee Santos, second by Trustee Dr. Hidalgo. Discussion?
Yeah, I just had some questions because I'm kind of intrigued by the item and the service that we're going to purchase, just because my workplace fell victim to something similar to this, and it seems like it's been more common now, especially institutions of learning that's kind of soft targets. So I was reading through it, but I don't necessarily understand all the scope of work and if it's just something more of a pilot right now or if it's campus-wide, or so if you can give some insight.
Yeah, sure, I'll explain. Anthony Moore, Chief Technology Officer. Threat Hunter AI provides SOC services. That's Security Operations Center. So you have a lot of organizations, schools, even private organizations, public organizations that can't really fund or don't have staffing to provide 24/7 support. And so companies like this will provide 24/7 eyes, essentially, into your network. So we're sending them information, we're sending them logs from various equipment in our environment, our servers, computers, the equipment that runs our network, the equipment that we use to connect to the internet. So we're sending them essentially information, and what they're doing 24/7 is they have eyes on that data. And so what they'll do is alert us if they see any anomalies, any malicious content. And so they're sort of like our 24/7 eyes. And so that's the service they'll be providing for us.
Is that to staff only, or is that for the entire? Is that staff and students, or just our like main systems?
Oh, it's all up to us, but that's all of our systems. So that's systems across the entire campus. So that's all of our servers that run, our banner system, the servers that run other systems we have, all the equipment that we use that connects all the computers, all of our servers, all of our routers. So they'll be essentially looking into all the information that we send them, which you're talking about thousands and thousands and millions of logs and data, and then they alert us, and then we can also work with them to do preemptive work. So if they do see any malicious attacks, anything happening, we can work with them to actually, when we're not here on site, to preemptively, whether it's shut down services or add rules to protect us. So they can do, they provide a pretty wide range of support. And so it's a great thing to have when you really need that 24/7 eyes on your network.
So if there's a ransom to pay a certain amount of money, I mean, do they help to mitigate, or are they so preventative that something like that might not happen?
Okay, I don't want to say that they're necessarily going to protect us 100%.
Right.
They'll do what they can. If they see the activity happening, they'll alert us. So if we do get hit with ransomware, let's say, something happens in the network, someone opens up a file, connects to a website, and we get hit with ransomware, they'll work with us to mitigate that. But then that's also where we'd have a cyber insurance company that we deal with, that we would work with on that as well. We have an incident response plan, which kind of guides us on what happens when we have attacks or when we have malicious activity. And they're sort of part of all that. We have part of that internally with our staff, and then they'll be there as well to support that. Hopefully they would be able to stop that, or existing equipment would be able to stop that before it happens. But if it does happen, they would be there to support us, yes.
Yeah. It could be a huge disruption to the institution if there's a breach, I'm sure, but I don't know.
Look, I'll be honest, it's huge. It's it's one of those things that it's probably the thing that probably keeps me up at night the most, just because if you look at what's happening around the higher ed landscape, and you see what's in schools getting hit with ransomware, paying it, and it's not even just schools. It's just I came from a city before I was here. You're seeing it everywhere. So it's an issue for sure, and it's what keeps me up at night, which is one of the reasons why I was really excited about getting this service.
Yeah, it's covered the whole campus, our stuff. But if they spot something, they will give us warning.
Right.
And they will also stop it?
Yes. So if they detect it, they'll stop it. Right? So if they detect it, they will stop it, and they will alert us. So we can give them access, let's say, it's up to us, to certain systems, all the systems, so that they can proactively mitigate that. So if we're not here, so they can go in and they can, configure rules, let's say within the firewall. They can do certain configurations. For instance, let's say they see an attack coming from Russia, just to throw it out there. They see an attack coming from Russia. They could go in and actually, create rules on the fly, right, to stop, let's say, all of the IP addresses which are known, let's say, from the Russian space. They could go in and proactively do that for us. Yes.
So they have the authority to go in. We gave them the.
Yes.
So it's pretty good deal for that price.
Oh, it's a great. This company's
24/7.
It's a great deal, especially with this company. They're working with a lot of schools in higher ed. They have a contract. They work with the foundation. So we actually spoke to, before we got this service, we spoke to several schools that are using them that are pretty high profile, and so it's a great service, and it's an dare I say, it's pretty incredible pricing as well.
I thought it's money worth.
Yeah, definitely.
Worth the money. Yeah.
Yes.
This is primarily for ransomware?
Well, it can be for any malicious activity. It could be viruses. So oh, sorry, go ahead. You want to say something?
Do we allow them access to our email systems?
So what we can do, not necessarily our email system. So what we can do, we can give them access to the equipment that we have here that we monitor. Like, for instance, our email is actually through Microsoft and Google, right? So they would have access to the equipment that we manage here. So if they see malicious content or malicious activity via the logs, so we're sending them logs, right? We're sending them server logs, we're sending them firewall logs, we're sending them logs from equipment. And so that's what they're seeing. They're seeing all this data come into their system. And based on those logs, if they're seeing malicious content, then from that, they can go out to the equipment that we've given them access to, if that's how we set it up, to block that or to stop that, right? Which might mean they shut down a server, right? It might mean that if they're seeing, a denial of service attack coming through the internet, that we may give them access to our routers, that they block that content. So that's sort of how it works.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you.
So, does the vendor get access to student data? Do they get to collect it?
No.
Is there any language in the contract? There's no language that allows them to do that?
No, they don't have access to our student data.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad we're doing this. I think it's going to be a great layer of protection for our institution. And I know one of our students, Mr. Natividad, speaks a lot about it at our board meetings. So I'm glad that there's some movement on this. And just based on what I experienced, it's good that these kinds of things are in place.
It's a big deal for us to get this done.
And that's how I know you. You're former City of LA Information Technology Agency Assistant General Manager.
Yeah, I was number 2 in
I
LA.
thought so.
Yeah.
I knew you looked familiar. All right.
We stole them away.
Okay, awesome.
You might know my
Congrats. You're
boss,
now a
Ted
Mountie.
Ross. Yeah.
All right, very good. I'll tell Ted Ross hello. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sorry about that. And thank you for the visionary Dr. Garcia and Mr. Moore for taking care of this for us.
Trustee.
Is there another question? Apologies, student trustee.
No need to apologize. Thank you. My inquiry is simply about how state of the art this technology is. Is it like very cutting edge? Just because I know within the technology sphere and the technological sphere, hackers and ransomware technology is constantly evolving, and they're finding creative new ways to hold institutions, cities for ransom. So I just want to know how up to date this is.
I think they're pretty cutting edge. One of the reasons why they're able to keep their prices low, because they do a lot of their own proprietary work instead of licensing other existing software that we might pay a lot of money for on the back end. So they do a lot of their own algorithms. Everyone nowadays is using like AI or some form of AI to do inspections, and you can sort of have to at this point, right? Because it's evolving so quickly. But no, I think they're pretty. I think they're pretty cutting edge. I think they're pretty good. Like I said, we did a lot of due diligence, talked to several other colleges that are using them. They seem to be sort of like the up and comer, which in terms of the college space, at least the community college space, and they're growing. So, and I'm pretty excited about it. So,
thank you.
Sure, no problem.
All right, we'll take a vote. Roll call.
Student trustee?
I concur.
Trustee Baca?
Yes.
Trustee Chen?
Yes.
Trustee Chen Haggerty? Trustee Chow?
Yes.
Trustee Robert Hidalgo? Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee Peter Hidalgo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up is item 10.03, new and or amended management job classifications. Is there a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved by Robert Hidalgo, seconded by Trustee Chen Haggerty. Discussion.
So my question was, why are there new directors of admissions and career center?
I would like to address the questions as regards to the positions. In terms of admissions and records, there are no additions of additional managers being added to admissions and records. The assistant director position is actually an amended position that takes into light also a reorganization within admissions and records. The director of admissions and records is a refresh of an existing position. It is a new job description, but not a new management position for admissions and records.
What was the previous?
What was it before?
The previous, we recently had a retirement of a professional who was with us for over 20 years, taking into light the expertise of this individual. In addition to the rising needs of the department, we had the opportunity to do an analysis to see what we felt the position should be reflected as. And so the position was a manager level position. And it was a student services manager, and it is being requested to be at a director of admissions and records. And
the other new one is the career center.
So the Career Center is also looking at a critical gap in which we do not have a director for the Career Center. In previous years, there had been a shared position with a director of career and transfer. Over the years, that had been felt that, and this is prior to my arrival, it had been felt that at times one area would have a strength where another area wouldn't because of the level of expertise. And because of a commitment to really focus on transfer, that position was solely dedicated to transfer. And we have gone without a director of career for many years on this campus. And it's really looking at a critical gap, especially when we look at, for example, the reason why students come to higher education, it's really for economic mobility. And in order to really enhance those services, the need for a Career Center director is vital, as currently right now that team is being overseen by an administrator that also oversees many other programs.
So for those two departments, how many other managers are there? How many other in admissions and records, and how many in Career Center?
So again, so in the Career Center, there is no day-to-day manager, rather an associate dean that oversees multiple departments. And then
how many
for
managers in admissions and records?
So for admissions and records, there is currently an assistant director and a manager. And so this is the assistant director would remain, and the manager is being requested to transition to, instead of a replacement, as a director of admissions and records.
So that manager position's
we would not refill that manager position.
And then in the Career Center, so now we have a director for the Career Center, and then the person who was handling transfers and career would now focus on just transfer?
That transition happened years ago. So years ago, the combined position for a director of transfer and career was eliminated, and rather that position had been transitioned to a director of transfer. So we have gone years without a day-to-day manager covering the Career Center.
There were challenges in trying to find someone that could do career and transfer, and we have been failing in our recruitment search. So then the decision then was to delay Career Center and focus on the Transfer Center.
Yeah, those are pretty distinct responsibilities.
Very technical,
Yeah.
so there was no one out there that had both.
All right. Roll call vote.
Student trustee?
I concur.
Trustee Baca?
Yes.
Trustee Chen?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Haggerty? Aye. Trustee Chow?
Yes.
Trustee Robert Hidalgo?
Aye.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee Peter Hidalgo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. Last item is 11.01, contract renewal with Premier Family Medicine Associates for student athlete health screenings for the 24-25 academic year. Is there a motion for approval?
Moved.
It's been moved by Trustee Chen. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Chow. Discussion?
I had brought this up. Sorry, I know I had asked prior to the meeting about 11.2, but I had overlooked 11.1. So I was just curious why we have two companies that we're using for the athletic clearances, because one is $45 and one is $35. I don't know if it's volume of student athletes or.
So the second one, 11.02, is referencing with our football players, and it has another lens of the ortho that's required for that one. Whereas the first one is just for our student athletes.
For all student athletes.
For all student athletes. And when we do have, sometimes there are a lot that are going through at the same time, we'll leverage the other one to also assist. But that's why there are two different ones.
Okay. And there's not a cost. Oh, well, that was the other one. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
And there's no cost to the student. That's our cost.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Student trustee?
I concur.
Trustee Baca?
Yes.
Trustee Chen?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Haggerty?
Hold on. I'll let you out.
Trustee Chow?
Yes.
Trustee Robert Hidalgo?
Aye.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee Peter Hidalgo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Next up then is action items. 1401, Resolution 24-01, Resolution of the Board of Trustees of Mount San Antonio Community College District, authorizing the issuance of sale and election of 2018 General Obligation Bonds Series 2024D in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $189,600,084.90, not 91 cents, but 90 cents, and approving related documents and actions. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
It's been moved by Trustee Chen Haggerty, seconded by Trustee Chen. Discussion? Hearing none? I'm sorry. Sorry, Trustee Santos?
I like the language in here when it talks about the bond council. It also says this bond council or another one. So it kind of leaves an option open. So that's just a comment.
Is there any additional discussion?
Yeah. So just to clarify, there's nothing binding, because I know there was discussion about it has to go through the county first, get permission through the county, and then that would kind of trigger.
So this first one is just the issuance of the 189.6 of GO. By the way, I'd like to introduce Katie Dobson, who you haven't met, from Jones Hall. She is our new bond counsel.
Okay.
So just
This is just the bond counsel side of it.
right.
Okay.
And so if there are deeper questions on this, but I did want to get her in front of you so you could see, because that's you wanted to make sure that we had new bond counsel moving forward. But this one is just the issuance for that. Okay. The next one is the tender that we talked about last time.
Any additional questions?
So this would happen regardless.
This
of
is
the
going to
tender?
happen.
Yeah, regardless.
Because we need to issue the last of GO.
Right.
So, and we've already heard from the county that they like our structure, and they'll get it on their July 23rd board agenda, I believe.
Yes.
So we'll be ready to roll on this one. So.
Okay. Any additional questions?
So is that the county board of supervisors, or is that LACO?
The County Board of Supervisors will take action to approve this issuance.
Okay, not LACO. Okay.
I'm sorry, Katie, you're with which firm again?
I'm with Jones Hall.
Jones Hall.
Yes.
Any additional questions? Roll call vote.
Student trustee,
Yes.
trustee Baca,
Yes.
trustee Chen,
Aye.
trustee Chen Haggerty, trustee Chow,
Yes.
trustee Robert Hidalgo,
Aye.
trustee Santos,
Yes.
trustee Peter Hidalgo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up is item 1402, Resolution 2402, Resolution of the Board of Trustees of Mount San Antonio Community College District authorizing the issuance and sale of 2024 general obligation refunding bonds and a tender outstanding general obligation bonds in connection therewith and approving related documents and actions. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
It's been moved by Trustee Chen. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Trustee Chow. Discussion?
So I shared the LA Times May article regarding RBC with everybody. And this involves both RBC and Piper. So the LA Times articles talks about them or their subsidiary being involved in redlining and in Ponzi schemes, et cetera, et cetera. And then Piper, I don't like, because the lady told me, I don't know where it comes from. I'm not supposed to talk to you. So I don't like working with them, so I'm going to vote no on this.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. Is there additional discussion?
Go ahead.
Have we looked into these claims? Because these are pretty egregious.
Yeah, these are very reputable companies. We've been using RBC for many years. Piper has been in the business in California community colleges for many years. So.
Okay.
So going back to the tender, so it would have to go through the county, and that would trigger then.
So.
If we used RBC and Piper, then that gives them permission to pursue it, right?
Let's be clear. The RBC has been our underwriter, our lead underwriter for many years. And then we've used different co-underwriters, and currently we're using Piper. And one of the reasons we went with Piper is because Kristen Gare used to be with RBC, and so she has done good work for us. And then we stayed with RBC as our lead because they've done good work for us over the years. Our rates when they've went out and sold bonds have been very good and very competitive. So that's pretty much where we're at with the underwriters. The other thing I do want to comment on this particular item is last time we talked about, this is LA County is going through I guess would be a trial or a test phase of trying this, and there's a good chance that they won't complete that by the time we get to ours. So while we voted yes in the hope that they would, and then they would be able to look at our potential tender, there's a good chance we won't even move forward with this particular item because the fact that LA Community College, LA CCD, if they don't get through their trial, because they would be the first one for LA County, then odds are we won't do it. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But if they do get through it and then look at ours, because we're a large enough community college that they would consider it potentially, then it would land. But right now, it's a lower percentage that they'll get through LACCD before we get to going out and selling these bonds.
So I have two questions. For this one, is it the county supervisors or LACO that would approve us? And my second question is, why do we have a deadline?
I'll answer. Well, do you want to answer the first question?
Sure, it will be the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, and so the second question is we've talked about doing this tender refunding. It makes more sense when we're doing a regular refunding. So the deadline for us is primarily that we need money to continue with our bond projects. So we need to issue the $189.6 million. So we need to issue that. And it just made sense. If we were going to do the tender, we would do it at the same time. It doesn't necessarily make sense later to do it. Maybe it does if there's enough savings and we talk about it and we potentially could revisit it. But right now, it made sense to do it all at one time if it was possible. It's just easier that way. You can tie a refunding to a regular issuance.
So if we're doing them,
would it save us? Would it save us money if we did them both together?
A limited amount, primarily in we pay Standard & Poor's, right, and the other rating agency a fee, but there's still a fair chunk of fees that are separate and individual to each issuance that are the majority of the fees.
So by doing it concurrently, does that mean if you're trying to promote a future bond, you could make that argument that we've saved the taxpayers?
That would be the also benefit, which is why I wanted it to be on here if possible, because it's always nice to throw out that detail when you're out there.
My only comment would be the notion that I think Trustee Santos was making, and that is that, while we've been using underwriters for many years, the same one, I think being open to fresh perspectives, new ideas, more efficiencies, I think that's something that I think the district should be open and be amenable to. And, I would definitely encourage, especially with a new administration, and I would hope that, we would diversify our partnerships with that kind of group.
Yeah, let's get through this issuance, and then if a new GO bond passes, then we can take a look at what the board requests.
Trustee Chow, did you have a question?
No.
I put a cookie in my mouth, and then I am embarrassed. All right, roll call. Any additional discussion? Yes. Student trustee.
I think in regards to Trustee Santos's the points that she brought up earlier on the claims of redlining, and are we going to look into that? Because I think that that's something that should be investigated before deciding to move forward.
Once again, we can take a look at what Trustee Santos is talking about, but the reality is these are reputable companies. We've been they've been active and been in operating in California and in California community colleges for a long time. We're basically voting to move forward at this point.
Trustee Chen, were you going to make a comment?
Oh no, I read that article that was sent out. It was, you can look it up. But
all right. Any additional questions? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Student trustee.
I abstain.
Trustee Baca.
Yes.
Trustee Chen.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Haggerty. Aye. Trustee Chow.
Yes.
Trustee Robert Hidalgo.
Aye.
Trustee Santos?
No.
Trustee Peter Hidalgo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up is item 14. Is that right? No, 1403. Extension to the agreement for materials and geotechnical soils testing engineer of record services for ongoing bond construction with Converse Consultants, Twining Incorporated, and RMA Group. Is there a motion for approval?
I'll move.
Okay,
I'll second.
It's been moved by Trustee Santos, seconded by Trustee Dr. Hidalgo, my primo. And is there discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote.
Student trustee?
I concur, or yes.
Trustee Baca?
Yes.
Trustee Chen? Aye. Trustee Chen Haggerty? Aye. Trustee Chow?
Yes.
Trustee Robert Hidalgo?
Aye.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee Peter Hidalgo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Is it just me or is the heater on? It might be just me. Item 1404. The agreement with Gensler plus IAS for the Comprehensive Education and Facilities Comprehensive Plan. Is there a motion for approval? It's been moved by Trustee Chen Haggerty, seconded by Dr. Hidalgo. Discussion?
So when is this, the update gonna start to the Comprehensive Education Facilities Comprehensive Plan? When will that process start?
It'll start during the summer, Trustee Santos, and it'll take us an entire year to complete it. And the board will receive a presentation when we bring an additional contract forward for this work. This is for them to start with the training and start with the preliminary work, but there will be one more contract that will be brought forward.
And what will that contract be for?
To finalize the entire plan.
So, I understand. It sounded like we weren't going to have a community advisory committee. How are is the board going to get updates or know what's going on? I mean, I know it's going to be a lot of work, but I don't think it should be a matter of, the work being done and at the end, it being presented with the board without the board having and the community having opportunity to have input.
So we've discussed preliminarily that the board would be provided an extensive presentation during the fall board retreat, and we're going to hold 4 listening sessions in the community with 4 different focus areas, which means the community members that would be invited based on whether it's K-12, universities, employers, government, elected officials. So we will hold those listening sessions for community members, and we'll also administer surveys.
And the board will have opportunity to have input that will be considered and inform what the work that's being done?
So the board will definitely have the opportunity to provide input as well, and in addition to providing the update during and an opportunity for discussion during the board retreat, we also plan to provide an update during the spring prior to bringing the final plan for action to be taken by the board.
I wanted to speak a little bit to the process used, because it looks like there was a reset that was done, which I appreciate, and I don't know if there's been discussion about institutionalizing a process similar to this, where when we're looking for partners that they understand our vision and DESA and whatever falls within our vision and mission. So I appreciate that there was a reset, and we were seeking someone that had the same core values as us to a certain extent. So I don't know how much of that, whether it's underwriters or other contractors. I mean, it would be nice for there to be some basic tenets that we're looking for when we're seeking some support or assistance, especially if we're paying a good amount of money. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment because it was for the selection committee, and they have some of the team members here. It was a very telling moment for us, and really where we came to the resolution that who we were seeking to support us in such a critical process lacked the expertise that was necessary and in alignment with who we are. And then I'll just add in regard these consultants will hold a focus group that specifically will focus on us being an HSI and a PC, and what does that mean in action versus just having the essentially the title, which is based on 25% of student enrollment in each ethnic demographic. So we're being extremely intentional. So thank you for that.
I have a question. So Gensler and IAS are separate companies, right?
Yes, but they've worked together for many years.
Okay. All right. So they're going to be, they bid as one entity?
Correct.
Any additional questions? Hearing none? No. No questions. Roll call?
Student trustee,
Yes.
trustee Baca,
Yes.
trustee Chen,
Aye.
trustee Chen Haggerty, trustee Chow,
Yes.
trustee Robert Hidalgo,
Aye.
trustee Santos,
Yes.
trustee Peter Hidalgo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 1405, proposed revision to the 24-25 scheduled Board of Trustee meeting dates. There are two dates that have been requested to be revised, moving the board meeting of August 14th to August 7th, and there's a request to move the April 9th date to April 16, 2025. Is there a motion to approve? Who was that? Okay, Trustee Chen moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Student Trustee. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Student trustee,
Yes.
trustee Baca,
Yes.
trustee Chen, trustee Chen Haggerty, trustee Chow,
Yes.
trustee Robert Hidalgo,
Aye.
trustee Santos,
Yes.
trustee Peter Hidalgo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up is item 1406, management contracts. The Government Code Section 54953C3 requires that before we take final action as a board, a summary of the recommendation regarding the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of contracted managers be orally reported. Therefore, I'm going to report the following summary for all six positions appearing on the agenda. It'll include longevity pay, doctoral stipend as identified on the management salary schedule, health and welfare benefits granted to the management employees that will be provided to eligible managers when relevant. Under new hires, it's Christopher Chen, who's the Assistant Director for the Center of Excellence with an annual salary of $100,701 for the term of July 11, 2024 through June 30, 2025. Kelly Florman, Chief, Police and Campus Safety, with an annual salary of $192,377 for the term of July 11, 2024 through June 30, 2025. Sarah Gomez, Assistant Director of EOPS Care and CalWorks, annual salary of $147,028 for the term of July 11, 2024 through June 30, 2025. Gabriela Sesma, Director of Accounting, with an annual salary of $150,948 for the term July 11, 2024 through June 30, 2025. There are two acting assignments. Stephen Miller, Acting Manager of the Farm, with a monthly salary of $9,997 for the term of July 11, 2024 through June 30, 2025. Janetta Page, Acting Director, Student Life, with a monthly salary of $12,956.33 for the term of July 11, 2024 through December 31, 2024. Is there a motion for approval? It's been moved by Trustee Chen. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Trustee Chen Haggerty. Is there a discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's a question.
I'm sorry. On these acting assignments, what is the difference? Is it a temporary position for 1 year, and these candidates are eligible to apply for the permanent position a year from now? Is that how it works?
Hi, good evening. I'm Tika Dabe Harris, Associate Vice President for Human Resources. Yes, the acting assignments are temporary assignments, and those that are filling in for them are eligible to apply for the position should it be recruited for.
Acting assignments, do they go through a competitive, or is it simply up an appointment and there is no interview process or competitive ranking?
The acting assignments are generally appointments.
Okay. And the president makes the appointment.
Correct.
These acting, and that's within her discretion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. And President Garcia, thank you for giving me the information on our hopefully potential future chief of police. My questions have been answered to my satisfaction. Thank you for everybody for indulging me on that last request.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Can you speak a little bit about the difference between acting versus interim?
The difference is the acting assignments, like we just discussed, are those that are appointed, and the interim assignments are those that go through a recruitment. And so there's, interview process and all of that, and a committee is used for those. So that's really the primary difference.
However, it's important to confirm that they must meet minimum qualifications.
That's
They
correct.
cannot be appointed as an acting without meeting minimum qualifications.
I was under the impression acting is that they're just filling in until either someone comes back from like a medical or like that position's kind of taken, but they're just acting. But you described it a little bit different than what I'm used to hearing.
Generally, for both, there is some sort of vacancy, but that could be the case, like you mentioned, where there's a situation where no one's serving in that capacity at that time, and so we need a manager to cover for the acting assignment.
I noticed all these manager assignments, they all are 1 year contracts. Is that our policy now? In any new hires, or you normally it's 1 year or 3 years?
Yes, so good evening. Alexis Carter, Senior Director of Labor Relations and Employee Services. Yes, that is correct. So the first year of employment for managers, depending on the timing of the year, gets a 1 year contract. There are variances to that, depending, like, for example, if they are hired in May, they may get a 13-month contract or a 14-month contract. But yes, their first year is typically close to a 1 year contract. And then after that, they can be renewed depending on the funding source. If it is a general funded source, they can be renewed up to 3 years.
Okay, fine.
And they're typically a year because that serves as their probation period for us to decide whether or not we continue.
Correct, thank you.
And I just wanted to understand, sorry, Trustee Santos, so with the acting manager, for example, farm manager, are we going to fly the position in June 2025 to fill it permanently? Is that the idea? And with the acting director student life, will that be flown at the end of this calendar year to be filled permanently? Is that the idea?
the forms under review right now under Dr. Garcia as part of positions, but we need someone immediate to care for the animals that we have on campus, and so it's a need to make sure there's someone overseeing all of the animal operations. But Dr. Garcia is going to review the farm manager and decide whether that position stays or if it changes. And then regarding the director of student life, we do need someone immediate. That's why they're appointed by Dr. Garcia and Melba, because we need to have someone oversee student conduct. And so right now, that position will be flown later, as you had stated.
Trustee Santos, you had a question?
Oh, I just said none of these are new positions, are they?
No, none are new.
Okay.
All right, any more questions? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Sure. Student trustee,
Yes.
trustee Baca,
Yes.
trustee Chen, aye. Trustee Chen Haggerty, aye. Trustee Chow,
Yes.
trustee Robert Hidalgo,
Aye.
trustee Santos,
Yes.
trustee Peter Hidalgo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 1407, proposed revisions to Board Policy 2715, Code of Ethics Standards of Practice. Is there, this item is being presented for a second reading. Is there a motion for approval? It's been moved by Trustee Chen Haggerty. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Hidalgo. Any discussion?
So I made comments regarding this last time, and I think I got my thoughts together. One of the things I was wondering where this language come from. That's my question. And my comments are, as far as our current board, I don't think this is really needed because the board members might not agree on everything, but we all have integrity, and I don't think, it's necessary. And then the other comment is that as far as sanctions, they can be a double-edged sword because when bad people occupy a majority of the board seats, the sanctions can be abused. So, but I don't know. I think Mount SAC usually has a pretty good board, so the risk of that is probably low. But those of us that have been around a lot of governing boards, we've seen some crazy stuff. But where did this language come from?
Go ahead and provide. Carol will provide the explanation. However, the request to revise the board policy was provided by the board during the board study session in March of this year. But Carol will proceed to respond to your question, Trustee Santos.
Sure. So after the request by the board at the board study session, we looked at LACCD's board policy, Imperial Valley College, as well as North Orange Community College District, as well as the CCLC template. We actually did a little bit of an amalgamation of some of those. We took language from CCLC to incorporate based on the feedback, the areas that you guys wanted to see incorporated, as well as we revised some of our own standard language on our protected classes. We used a little bit from North Orange, a little bit from IVC, and that's it. Most of the sanction language, or actually the filing a complaint language, is from the North Orange County Community College District board policy. They had we did review a couple of them, and that, from Dr. Garcia's perspective, seemed like it fit our board the best. We did revise the language to fit our college, so it's not exact language from North Orange. Was there another question?
No question, but a comment. I appreciate the inclusion of gender-neutral language, so kudos to whoever included that.
All right. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, student trustee. Are there any additional questions? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Sir, student trustee?
Yes.
Trustee Baca?
Yeah.
Trustee Chen?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Haggerty? Trustee Chow?
Yes.
Trustee Robert Hidalgo? Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee Peter Hidalgo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 15.01 was already discussed and approved, or rather discussed. Item 16.01, distance learning report. Again, this is an information item only. This is just... Pardon? Yes, Trustee Santos?
I think I had a question about that one. Oh, okay. Okay, so why do blacks do better in hybrid classes than in in-person classes? Because all the other groups do better in person, but why is that? That, you know, they had the page with the achievement data.
Okay, I know that this is an information item only. I think we have someone coming up. Is that right? All right. Yes, please.
To respond to the question, please.
It was on page 13. That was a very interesting achievement data on page 13.
Yes. So I could try to provide an explanation. I'm Romelia Salinas, Dean of Library Learning Resources and Distance Learning, and Katie.
Hello. Thank you for having us here. My name is Katie Datko. I'm the Director of Distance Learning and Instructional Technology.
So one of the possible explanations for the higher rate among African American students at hybrid courses is related to the sample size of the data. The data set in this particular table for African Americans was very small. So when you have small data sets, oftentimes the percentage is skewed. So that can be a possible reason that you have that kind of result. Another theory is that the hybrid courses do offer greater flexibility for that particular student population by reducing the need for the students to come to campus while still maintaining the engagement for students. And we know that oftentimes students from BIPOC or students of color, one of the reasons they do well in school is because they need to make that connection with other students and faculty, and that hybrid modality might work best for them. So that might be a particular reason why that you see that data. Regardless, the current data just represents a single snapshot in time. So to verify if this trend is true, we would still have to look at data over time. So we'd have to continue to monitor the data and observe if we continue to see this pattern over time. One of the things that the Distance Learning Committee is doing is we established a student equity subgroup, and they're going to be looking at conducting a survey of students this coming fall. And this is something that we could look at in that survey, looking at the particular student population, trying to understand why the hybrid modality works better for them. So as we try to target research to provide a more in-depth insight into why that particular modality might work. Again, at this point, we do have to just gather more information, try to better understand. I mean, Katie, I don't know if you have anything else you'd like to add.
No, I think that was very coherent.
Okay,
thank you.
And I'm looking at the graphs on page 13, and so my other comment is it's just the achievement gap is just totally unacceptable, and we have so few black students. We have like 1,500. I don't know why we can't, give that population the support they need. The difference between the Asians and the whites, and then the Latinos and the black it's just totally unacceptable. And I don't know. We need to address that. We need to fix it. That should be our
You mean
highest priority.
you
It's
mean
just
across
terrible.
all modalities, right? Is that what you mean?
I'm talking about the achievement gap.
Yeah, so the achievement gap exists across all the modalities. If you look at the table, it's for online, hybrid, and in person. So I agree with you. There is an achievement gap, but it exists across all the different modalities. So yes, we definitely need to do better for these particular student groups.
You know, I want to expand on Trustee Santos' comment is that do we need more resources to get these? What should we do?
Sure. So some of the things that we've been doing, and I'm sorry that this has become a longer response. So one of the things that we have been doing is faculty training and development. We've put a lot of effort and time into that in the last year. We offer faculty development training on inclusive teaching practices and how to develop equity course design. And so we talk about that in our report, or we talk about the equity days that we did this past year. So both the Faculty Center for Learning Technology as well as our distance learning faculty coordinators, we've provided a number of different workshops and professional development opportunities to develop this cultural competency training for faculty to understand the diverse needs of our students. So training on online pedagogy, inclusive teaching practices, I think that's a really important component to develop those skills and giving faculty that development.
Does the faculty ever give you feedback as to what they think they need in order to have a better success rate?
Yes.
What's their comments, and have we given them what they've asked for?
We do survey faculty, and I'll let Katie speak to that.
Yes, that's a great question. So we do, the Faculty Center for Learning Technology, which is part of the Office of Distance Learning and Instructional Technology, does an annual survey of faculty every year. I think this year we had about 400 plus respondents to our survey as to what they feel their needs are, and equity definitely is front and center. So that's why we have quite a bit of equity-centric programming. We have incorporated the use of the Peralta Online Equity Rubric into the offerings that we have so that we can align to and map to a lot of those criterion on that rubric. So that's something that we're looking at. In terms of students, one of the things that Dr. Salinas had mentioned is the subcommittee, the equity subcommittee of the Distance Learning Committee. And that particular group is really concerned with the numbers and the achievement gap. So we are working on trying to collect the data from the students themselves as well to understand more what their experiences are, and to work with research and institutional effectiveness to really get at what our students need and to help make recommendations to support that.
You know, I've always been of the impression we have the best faculty around. Is these stats comparable across other community colleges? We are no different?
That is correct. So these do track generally with a lot of the data across the state.
So if I were to put a really negative spin on this thing, I said if you're black or you're brown and you're going to take an online class, 2 out of every 5 are not going to pass. And I put it in such blunt terms because that's what I see.
Right.
And for me as a trustee, it's just really shocking.
It is.
And I wish we could find an answer to this thing. Our student success rate averages 68% in this college, and we're comparable to other community colleges also. And that's one of my big definitions of student success. It is not the increasing number of students who get AA degrees or this and that. Is what is the percentage of our students who have passed classes? Because if they pass classes, they will get their AA degree. And so I guess as a trustee, I'm asking, what are the resources we need to put in? Because in in our special program, ACES programs, TRIO programs, we have 90% success rate in those, if my understanding is correct, right? So obviously, we don't have the resources to have everybody in those type of enrichment programs. But do we have something in the middle that is a good use of our resources?
Well, this year, the Distance Learning Committee, they're so dedicated and they understand this is an issue that we need to focus on. They did put trying to focus on the equity gaps a priority. So they put it into their purpose and function for this year as a goal, for the committee. And so out of that, this work group from the equity to focus on equity work for the committee was established. So it was their first year. They spent their year looking at the data. So we looked at the data, trying to really understand and dive deep into the data and pull it apart, trying to understand which are the subgroups that we need to focus on more. So from the data, we decided that this coming year we're going to be surveying the students to take a more qualitative understanding of what is it that the students want. What can we do to better serve them? Because looking at the data was helpful, but I think at this point we do need to look and ask the students, how can we do better for you? Because yes, looking at the data is one piece, but I think at this point we need to start looking at asking the students, what more can we do for you? And focusing on the particular students that do need a little bit more help.
You know, I'm just going to toss something out because this is outside my expertise, but within our 4 credit, if you're taking, for example, a math course and you're struggling, you can take an extra course, yes, 2-unit course, to hopefully get your skill set up so you can pass it. Online, we don't have any such option. Is that correct? Or
actually, we do have a class. There's a study 85C, which is taught through the Learning Assistance Department. It's called Success Skills for Online Learning.
Okay.
It's a 1-unit class, so it is offered. We just need to get more students to take it. So we need to figure out how do we get students who are struggling to take that class.
Do they need to take that class before they take the online class, or concurrently,
required.
or what's your evaluation on that?
It's not a required class. It's just an optional class, but it is there for them to take it if a student, and some students do take it, but oftentimes the students feel like, oh, I'll be fine, I'll do okay. But that we have that resource available to them.
Do we have any stats on students who take that and the increase in their success rate?
That's a good question. I could look into that, but that's an excellent question. But we do have that class. We have the ASAC, the tutoring center. We offer a suite of workshops on how to succeed online as well. So and we offer a suite of workshops also on the different tools. So we are very aware of that this is a problem, and we're trying to address it. I mean, we also try to provide the necessary tools, both for the students as well as for the faculty. So the faculty, AUDLET, the Office for Distance Learning Instructional Technology, we spend a lot of time selecting resources, instructional tools that will help faculty teach and be more engaged with their students. And then obviously our laptop loan program, trying to give students the technology they need at home to succeed, as you know.
This is your first report, because it says it covers 2022 to 2024, correct?
Yes, we didn't do one last year, so it's last 2 years. But we had been doing an annual report before that.
What is my memory is not that good. Is the report significantly different from the prior years, or is it consistent from year to year?
I think it's consistent. We haven't made much progress, unfortunately.
Okay.
What has improved is the gap between the in-person and the online. I think the gap between the in-person and online was wider. That has lessened.
Is that across all demographics?
Yes. Across the demographics.
We've seen that for quite some time, that gap narrowing.
Narrowing, yes.
I have a question, because I know you're doing a lot of work and training and trying to get students to be more successful. the kinds of questions that you ask when you say, what can we do for you? What are the kind of questions you're asking them?
So,
related to time management? Are they related to work?
Exactly.
What's the pressures on you? Why did you take an online?
Care.
we haven't gotten that far yet in developing the actual questions, but I think those are the kinds of questions we want to ask. Like, what are the things that keep you from succeeding online? Is it those personal time limitations? Is it technology skills? Because it's those kind of things that.
Do you believe that it's easier to take an online class than an
Exactly.
offline class? And why do you think that?
Because oftentimes students think that it's going to be easier. It's not going to be as time commit. The time commitment is going to be less, which is not necessarily true. We know that's not true. And
Those kind of questions can be very helpful in determining why it is that some of these groups are not being successful. Because, we recognize just generally that there's economic factors, there's skill level factors, all of those things. And sometimes it's, the perception of what you believe you might be able to accomplish without doing anything.
Absolutely.
They say, well, it's online, I can do it because I know social media. It's a whole different thing.
So there's a lot of reasons. I think students might think that because they know how to use social media, how to use their phone, how to use their computer to do certain things, but it's different. It's different to learn online.
It's a different organizational skill.
Absolutely.
It really is.
So I have quite a few questions. I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'll try to keep it short. So the success criteria that we're using here is passing, basically getting a passing grade, right?
That is
in the
correct.
course. Okay. And then, have you disaggregated data by ethnicity, looking at enrollment? So are certain subgroups more likely to enroll in online courses versus in-person courses? I don't know. I know it's not in here, but I don't know if that's data that you've looked at by ethnicity.
By enrollment?
We haven't drilled down quite that deep yet. We've just been working with data supplied to us by Research and Institutional Effectiveness. Those are some of the things that we may want to drill down deeper into. There are different populations that we do find fare better and succeed actually more in the online environment than in the on-campus face-to-face environment. So we are very curious. We have a lot of questions after having gone through this data recently, during the spring. Those questions are things that we are curious about and want to explore further so that we can actually get at where we need to go in order to support our students.
And I think another data point that I would kind of be interested in looking at is, an 18-year-old taking an introduction class versus someone that's taking their last class to get their associate's degree, right? Like, they're much more they're going to be much more probably invested in finishing that degree than a kid an 18-year-old taking an introductory class. So, it would be interesting to see how that looked too along the continuum. But just my last kind of thought that I brought up over the years, it's like it is kind of alarming to see that so many of our students of color are not successful in online classes, but yet from an enrollment standpoint, they're probably more likely because they don't know that it's not a convenience thing, and it's almost like there needs to be a disclaimer when they sign up, like, you're less likely to be successful taking an online class than you are in person, like based on the numbers, right? So that they understand that it's not easy and the success rate is better if you can go in person. That's a whole nother conversation, but I just feel like they don't know. We know because we see the data, but they may be 18 or 19 years old and they're not aware that they're kind of doing themselves a disservice by taking all online courses. But again, they're looking at it from a lens, this is convenient, this is easy, I can stay home.
Yeah, I don't have to get up, I don't have to get dressed, I could just do it whenever I want. But
so I don't know how you reconcile the enrollment, the convenience of a kid wanting to enroll, because they may not enroll if it's in person. So yeah, we're increasing our enrollment, but our success rates are going down because of that. It's like,
Exactly. And those are some of the questions we would want to ask, is to look at the data in terms of the different age groups and the different age populations. Because again, if we look at the students who are now, an 18-year-old went through the pandemic and their view of online is, hey, I'm going to Zoom, I'm going to turn off my camera, I'm going to walk the dog, right? So there are things that I think we need to think about also in terms of the incoming students' experiences versus the different age groups and the different populations as well. And those are questions, again, that some of this data have raised among the Distance Learning Committee.
Yeah, my son is a community college student now in the fall, and one of the classes he's going to take is online. So, I can warn him of these things, but most parents probably aren't aware of what this data looks like. So.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes.
Just sharing Trustee Chow's concern about student success. But is there a pattern that those students not successful? Sometimes they don't know what they don't know. So is there some sort of pattern that maybe we should offer, or prerequisite, or I don't know if in the term still existing, basic skill or whatever. We try not to use those to hold them back, but I just wondering, they jump into the class and just couldn't make it, and they gotta be, of course, their work or they whatever get distracted. But is there, because technical, like when we start using Zoom, then there's a, briefing about how to use Zoom. So is there something we can maybe enhance the so they don't fight, they don't have to struggle this so much, that we can offer or something prerequisite?
So, we have this one unit class that I spoke about earlier, and we have workshops, but the reality is we can't make them, at this point, we can't make them do it. They have to want to do it. So we could build it, but will they come?
Unless it's prerequisite.
Yes. Right. And so that's a different conversation.
Building some prerequisite to help them to be successful.
So we can talk about that and see how we can encourage them or make it I'm not sure if we can make it a prerequisite, because I think nowadays students don't want to take anything they don't have to. They want to just, take what they have to take. But yes, I hear you. I share your concern, and I think that would be an excellent idea if it's possible.
Trustee Hidalgo forced me to think a little bit here. What's the most popular? What's the typical online course? Obviously, you're not taking paramedic, training or anything like that. What are the most common courses that are taken online? And then if I had a breakdown as to the courses, some are going to have much higher success rates, and some are going to have lower. But I'm just seeing the composite here. So, what is it? I would be interested in a breakdown like that.
Okay.
My second comment is, I chat with a lot of students, and I ask them, are you taking online or are you taking in person? And they tell me the reasons. And one student said to me, he says, if you take an online course, you got to treat it like it's a job. You got to be there on time. You got to do all the assignments. You got to do everything. He says, if you don't treat it like a job, you're not going to be successful. And that was his comment to me, and not just sort of parked in the back of my head. But somehow, if that's an accurate statement by this student, that message needs to be conveyed. Like Trustee Hidalgo says, you got to have a disclaimer, right? And would a disclaimer, I don't know whether it's appropriate or not, that's up to our VP of instruction here, but, because if you had if the students were aware of that information, then if they had a choice between online and in person, and they understand the risks of online, then they can make a much better informed choice. Is that something that we need to disclose to them, as Trustee Hidalgo talked about?
So I'm happy to jump in if it's okay. Some of the things that, again, the faculty process, the distance learning committee, some of the things that we are working on in the committee and in the subgroups is to create really coherent, what's the word I want to use, orientation materials for the students so that they know what is happening. So in a lot of districts do that. They usually don't add it as an actual prerequisite because then that is a barrier to student access, right, and to registration and courses, et cetera. But there is, sort of shared materials, a shared understanding that information goes out to the students. They have information beforehand. Every student currently is enrolled in the Mountie Student Hub, which is has a lot of information about online learning and links to resources, et cetera, to help them succeed. So really making that more overt to the students and taking off some of the burden for faculty, because again, when we think about that, the faculty role, to your point about the online courses almost being like a job, they are very robust. So it's not that online courses are trying to make life really difficult for the students. There are just a lot of different requirements, or a lot of federal requirements. For example, you have to interact in the class and have regular and substantive interaction. You have to be an active participant in the course in order to ensure that that student is a real student and we're not engaged in any sort of bots or financial aid, fraud, et cetera. So those are some of the things that I think, students, as we are seeing these numbers increase, or remaining steady after the pandemic, we as a whole, my office working with the faculty, are really trying to get materials across the spectrum so that everybody has access to those. All the faculty have the same type of information that they can give to their students, and so that the students are really aware of what the mode of instruction entails.
Okay, board colleagues, we need to wrap this up here. Any additional questions?
Yes. First, I want to say thank you for this very comprehensive breakdown. I have a few things that I wanted to acknowledge. The first question that I had was, I noticed that we have some prominent ethnicities right here, but do we include Pacific Islanders within the Asian demographic and Middle Eastern students?
Patty? I think that would be, this is, again, information that was provided to us by the Office of Research and Institutional Effectiveness,
Okay,
so we would need to follow up on that.
She's available
Okay.
behind you, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let me move.
This is our Director of Research
You can
and
take my-
Institutional.
Yes.
Good evening, Patty Quinones, Director of Research. So our Filipino student population, they're split out. So it could be that in the report you don't see every single student ethnicity, and it could be because of low numbers. So sample size.
Okay.
I think that they were included, but it was a very small number. Now that I'm trying to remember, because I did go back today and looked at the raw data, and they were there, but the numbers are very, very small.
Is there a threshold required for a certain amount of a certain demographic to elicit enough data to give an accurate reading?
Good question. So in our office, we use a sample size of 10. So any group that has a sample size of 10 and less, we tend to not display so that students are not identifiable.
Oh, okay, interesting. And another question that I have is, do y'all consider the factor of intersectionality within how successful the students are? Because I think that, within the conversations that I have with my constituents and my peers, I think, seeing the reasons that many of them struggle is because of the intersecting identities that they might have. So they'll belong to one demographic, or they'll belong to multiple demographics, which opens them up to multiple forms of either discrimination, bigotry, and or challenges or hurdles, and so there is services and or resources to acknowledge some of those things, but then say for one identity that they have, that's not being fulfilled, and so like it might hold them back or even in some form or shape.
Yeah. So we're starting to do that more and more because we do have that recognition. So we do have a lot of data dashboards on the RIE page where we have started doing that intersectionality. So you could see a lot of these course success rates by ethnicity and gender. So we're currently doing that sort of 2-level disaggregation. We also have a series of other dashboards where we look at students, say, by a program. So let's just say access. And then that could be disaggregated by gender, ethnicity, whether they're veterans, so like maybe 8 or 9 different demographic variables. But absolutely, yeah, it's important that we do that because then we do miss equity gaps sometimes by looking at students' identities in isolation.
Of course. I have so much to say about this, but I'll make sure to keep it brief. Have y'all compared the statistics to the Cal State system and the UC system and compared it to our system to see if they are utilizing certain programs, criteria, or ways that they structure their institutions to better ensure their student success rates? And have y'all compared and contrasted to see if there's something that we could learn from them?
You mean specifically for distance learning?
Yes.
So I haven't compared because I mean it's a different, they're different student groups. I think different, because they have different. How would you say it? They accept a limited kind of student, whereas we accept everybody. So we, I always say, we accept 100%, the top 100% students, right? So I think it would be difficult to do that kind of comparisons. But having worked at the CSU for 19 years, I'm not. I could look at the, but I don't see. I think they struggle at the same way that they struggle here. I wouldn't expect there to be much of a difference, to be honest with you. At least not the students of color.
They probably offer significantly less online courses as well, and like their 4-year graduation rates are hovering in the 60%.
Yeah, especially. I mean, their success rate, at least the schools that I was at Cal State LA, their success rate was general across the board. Was not very high. And you're right, they didn't offer very many online classes. Yeah.
Thank you. And my last question is, have you all considered reaching out to students through a survey, being a mandatory part of their online coursework to ensure if we can elicit some sort of feedback when the students complete and they take these courses to ensure that, we might be filling any gaps that are necessary?
We survey the students about their experience in the class.
That's a tough one to make something mandatory.
That would
even
be
just having it. Yeah.
I don't think it could be class specific, but we could survey students in general about their experience, which is what we would like to do with the DLC survey that we want to put out about their experience taking classes. I'm also the co-chair of the Textbook and Instructional Materials Committee, and we hope to also do a survey with about experiences with textbook materials and specifically about their use with OER materials. So I kind of see an overlap there, just their interaction with classes that use OER materials and that kind of will connect with online classes as well. So we'll see what happens between doing these two surveys and what we learn about student experiences with online classes and OER and ZTC degrees.
Thank you for that answer. I know we're limited on time, but I'd be happy to assist in any way. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for that and all the great questions. We're now going to go to reports, and 17.01 with all due respect, our friends at Academic Senate, we'd love to hear a very brief report since we just heard from you a couple weeks ago. Tanya Anders will provide a report.
Yes, good evening, everyone. And I did not provide a written report because we just saw each other 2 weeks ago and Senate is not in session. But I did, I appreciate the robust conversation that was just had about the online classes. And the two things that I wanted to point out today, updates that I wanted to provide, is the regular and substantive interaction is one of our big topics this summer. I shared last time that we have appointed our 2 coordinators. I met with them this week. They really have hit the ground running and they're doing fantastic work already. They have identified the 10 mentors, faculty mentors that will appoint as soon as Senate is in session again. But they've already brainstormed a lot of amazing ideas also how to be very successful with our regular and substantive interaction. And I think it fits very nicely with what the conversation that was just happening here is, that we're brainstorming about potentially developing a handbook, an RSI handbook that will be serving both faculty and the students, which will include things like, these are your expectations, both faculty and the students. When you teach an online course, this is what RSI really means to you. And if you are taking an online course, this is what it really means for you. So I think it really fits with this conversation. I have a colleague who, when she starts her classes, has her students fill out a timetable, like when are you doing what? When do you have your job? When do you have your family obligations? Where's your block for this class? And they often put in overlapping times. And it's like, yeah, no, then you're not investing the time into the class if you're over. And so we're thinking those are the kind of things we could put in that handbook, like putting a template of a timetable, for example, that students can use. So I think a lot of the things you talked about, faculty are very well aware, and we're doing our best to address that. So I'm very, very happy with the work that the 2 RSI coordinators are already doing over the summer. As I said, I met with them this week, and I'm really excited about their progress. And then the last thing I wanted to mention that we're working on very much this summer is everything that has to do with the legislative changes. So as you know, AB 928, 1111, 1705, those are the big ones. And we are going with a large group of folks to the Curriculum Institute, which started today and will be there tomorrow and Saturday. So we'll be learning a lot more there. And I'll keep it at that.
Thank you very much, President Anders. 1702, Classified Senate, President Yvette Garcia.
I really don't have much of an update either. I just wanted to say that the Classified Senate fully supports the bargaining groups in their efforts to secure the full COLA and the retroactive pay. That's it.
Thank you, Madam President. There's no Management Steering Committee report. There are no other unrepresented groups. We'll go to Board Communications. We'll start off with Trustee Chen Haggerty.
I have no report this month.
All right, thank you. Trustee Chow.
I'll just talk about the highlight of the event. Highlight of the month was graduation from our School of Continuing Education. I'm told it was the largest class ever. Great stories by your speakers. Every student who is in our School of Continuing Education who's in there has gone through some type of hardship. Otherwise, they wouldn't be going through the program. So kudos to all of your faculty to getting all of the students to the finish line. I look forward to the next one and the wonderful stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chow. Trustee Dr. Hidalgo. All right, Trustee Chen.
So I think one of the highlights since the last meeting was the outstanding water polo game that we hosted between Team USA and Team Spain. Unfortunately, we lost by just 1. But it was really great for us to host that, and I hope that we can do more hostings of various athletics events in the future, including, down the line once LA is hosting the games, that we can wrest that track and field trials from Eugene, Oregon, where it's been ensconced for way too long. The other event I went to was the La Puente fireworks show. That was really great. And I've also been a Mount SAC dad, bringing my kids to Mount SAC for College for Kids. Great program. And we hear so much from the parents how impressed all the parents are with the facilities at Mount SAC. And they're currently doing the cooking program. And the blackened salmon yesterday was fantastic. The spring rolls were so good they didn't save any for me. So I can only hear it from my wife, how great that was. But really, it's a really great program and really appreciated by all who participate. And speaking of great programs, I also wanted to thank the folks who came from Makerspace and who spoke. I've been there a few times myself, and you really get a sense of community when you walk in. You know, you walk in there and everyone's talking, everyone's helping each other, and you get a sense that that's something that matters a lot to folks. There's a real community there, and you saw it today. So, Dr. Garcia, if we could think about, you know, how that can be sustained, I think it would make a big difference. I've been to wood workshops, things like that in the past, and we have everything that any top-notch makerspace would have, and it's really a jewel. And the fact that other colleges are mimicking what we've done says a lot. And in an era where we're so glued to cell phones and swiping left and right, the ability to actually build something with your hands, I think, is something that we should really cherish and encourage, and that's something that we're doing right now. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Chen. A student trustee?
I'll try to make this brief. This past month was Queer Pride Month. I was not able to acknowledge it in my last board report, but it was a very fun month. I am proud to see that we are moving toward a world where we have more acceptance and that we see more love. Of course, there's always a need for improvement, and I want to state some of the needs that I think our Pride Center could do better with, including more professional staff, more mental health support, an increase in their services, and a larger space. In that order, I think would be fruitful for the educational prospects of our students. July is also Disability Pride Month, and in response to that, I also want to, as myself a neurodivergent student, just to, share my experience that I've had, and I think there's many challenges that our students have had, but some recommendations that I have is really cementing universal design at this institution, especially for our deaf and hard of hearing community, making sure that everything in the institution is accessible for them, I think is really critical, including having some of our staff be able to be fluent in ASL, I think is very necessary. Improving wheelchair accessibility, having Braille in all new construction, as well as allowing ease of access for students that are hard of sight. And I could owe those and give credit to our former student trustee, Juan Mendoza. So I appreciate his advocacy. As well as improving learning conditions for disability students, and then specifically acknowledging neurodivergent students. So I'd love to partner with some of our educators to see if there's ways that we can improve that. I did also want to highlight the graduation from continuing education. It was a beautiful, beautiful ceremony. I was in tears. But I'm a crier, so I'm always in tears. The USA versus Spain game was very beautiful to see. It was, as someone with Spanish ancestry, I wasn't too torn between who won. So it was an amazing experience. I want to reiterate our support on behalf of students for our employees receiving COLA on campus. I think this is what is best for students, and I think this is what it's right. As well as reiterating support for the Makerspace, our students coming day in and day out for supporting the people in Palestine, and of course, removing our moniker. Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much. Trustee Santos.
So I attended both the men's and the women's USA water polo games, and they were fabulous. I just loved them. And I wanted to report at the last First Friday West Covina Historical Society mixer I attended, I left early to attend Bruce Rogers' last concert. As I left, Bill Robinson and another gentleman followed me out and stopped me right outside to ask me why Mount SAC is misusing taxpayer money and withholding COLA from the employees. And also, I've already received complaints from the community regarding the makerspace closing. For example, a mother of an engineering student called me, and I sent an email inquiring. Perhaps I missed the reply, but I'll look for it. But the community is very upset, and I'd like to know why and why the board wasn't part of that decision. And that's my report.
Thank you. Trustee Dr. Baca.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I missed a few activities this past week, but I did do the water polo, the continuing ed high school graduation, and the economic partnership out in Pasadena, which is really great, on Friday. And also saw a really lively, exciting high school competition at our stadium. But I want to thank Dr. Castro and the Planetarium and Wildlife Sanctuary folks for their work with Dr. Perlman from Pomona Unified, myself, and my Kiwanis Club in hosting a group of Pomona students and family today. I'd like to have joined them, but I have to be in isolation for probably one more day. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baca. The only thing I wanted to report was it was an honor on our nation's birthday to be part of the City of Laverne's 4th of July parade and see the community members, and so many Mounties and faculty and staff live in Laverne, and it was great to see them. And I see one right now. But that was a joy, and that would be my report for the last 2 weeks. So next up is our board president, or rather our president's report. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you. As we're waiting to transition, and my goal is to cover only 4 slides, I just want to thank everyone that was here to provide public comment
We can't see the slides. But
You're not able to see them, Trustee Vaca?
there you go.
Okay. I want to start by acknowledging Israel Correa, Applications Training Specialist, who was recently awarded the IT Spotlight Award. Congratulations, and thank you, Israel, for your work. HR, thank you for participating in the Irwindale Chamber of Commerce annual job fair, along with continuing education. Nursing adjunct faculty retreat was held, and I really appreciate that this was specifically targeting our adjunct faculty. So thank you to everyone that participated and everyone that coordinated the retreat. Continuing education, it's been stated several times, and I will reiterate that the adult basic education commencement was amazing, and I'm really, really proud of our students and thankful to the faculty and everyone, the staff, everyone that contributed to their success and achievement. Student Services Summer Bridge Fest was held on June 20th, and we welcomed 236 first-time freshmen, first generation, so it is great to welcome them to campus. USA Water Polo game was already spoken about, and it was amazing. And I've here a few activities that I participated in since our last board meeting. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Our next board meeting is scheduled for August 14th. Oh, did we just change it?
Yes.
Sorry. I knew that. I was testing you. So August 7th, and we will see you then. And with that, we will call this meeting adjourned.
Good night. You too. Have a good trip.
Yes, thank you.
Are you leaving when?
The 11th or the 12th, I wanted to say. So I'm glad it was rescheduled because I would have missed, unfortunately. But thankfully, I got to be here.